amongst things of different masses. And he had no
negative. I just read you my bad. I thought you were done. Are you done?
Yeah, go.
No, negative. I read you the quote he said where he said he distinctly said it's not a force. You keep trying to add this force thing on to GR where Einstein himself said it's not a force. GR says it's not a force. I don't know why you guys are trying to change physics. It's already set in stone.
Did Newton say it wasn't a force?
Einstein said it's not a force.
Who was I just talking about 10 seconds ago specifically?
Okay, you were talking about Newton, so you're saying Newton said that there was a force.
Newton characterized it as a force, but he couldn't understand the mechanism by which it worked. Even in Newton's time, F equals ma does not apply to all types of force. Frictional force, air resistance force, some normal forces, which are the result of things pressing against because they're potential energies. Force is just a term that can be used, which has more distinct uses in science than just saying force equals mass times acceleration. Normally, when we talk about material things pushing things along or applying a energy to something, we're talking about applied force. But sometimes we're talking about spring force or tension force. We're not, however, talking about gravity force. F equals ma is not a adequate description of gravity.
It's a description of, it's a law, right? It's when if you have mass accelerating, you have to have a force, right?
Yeah, an applied force, for example. Or a spring force, or a tension.
Why are you adding words on? I don't see no applied force or tension force or nothing. It just says force.
Right. So what you need to do is dig around a little bit deeper and see what they mean by that, because there are plenty of types of force. For example, frictional forces, have equations with a normal factor, a friction factor, is two coefficients. Yeah. There are different types of force. There are different types of mechanical systems of describing forces.
Okay, so does physics have force defined, or is this like an open thing where who knows, whatever, we just make it up as we go, or is there a definition for force in physics?
Yeah, there's plenty of definitions for different types of forces in physics.
No, just force. The word force, not types of force. Does the word force have? Because Newton didn't describe, it's a spring tension force or a whatever forces you want to put to it. He just said force. Force equals ma. F equals ma. Didn't say he didn't break it down. He said if you have mass accelerating, you need a force there. And Newton and Einstein, he has mass accelerating. Specifically, he said it himself with no force.
But the thing is, he knew that the gravitational force didn't comport to the equation F equals ma.
There is no force in his gravity. Stop saying it like you keep trying to put the word force in there. He said there was no force.
Newton did not say that. Newton did not say
that. He's saying Einstein, bro, not Newton. How can you keep doing this? Holy shit.
Oh, man.
No, guys. You guys are cleared up. Just cleared up.
And NGR, gravity's not a force. There's no force there. Newton said you need a force for mass to accelerate. In GR, we have mass accelerating with no force. Those two things cannot simultaneously happen. They're exact polar opposites of each other. One, there's a force. One, there's no force. They can't both happen at the same time, right?
Well, they now characterize different types of force. So it's not a problem.
Bro, there ain't nobody characterized their force. No, F equals ma is force, and Einstein didn't say, applied force or tension force. He just said force. You guys are the ones adding up these or adding these words that are unnecessary.
I'm not adding these words, just Jeremy. These are well-known terms in science.
That's not the point, dude. Newton said there was a force. Einstein said there was no force. It's the bending and warping of space-time. So there's no force.
Newton got it a bit wrong in this instance.
Okay. We know that's my argument. That's my argument is that Newton got it wrong, and we didn't just add on or find out new stuff about it. It got totally crushed by Einstein.
No, Newton wasn't
What
wrong.
detail?
His formula is accurate, and we use it still to this day. So to say Newton was wrong is incorrect. Newton had a lack of information. He had a lack of data to explain the word that he used as force in his equation. Einstein better described the effect that he used force to describe. Yet they both, when it comes time to talk about the mass of gravity, they both literally come to the same conclusion. So who's wrong? Are they both wrong? Are who's right? Like what you're saying, Jeremy. Like it's so narrow in the optics and what is actually happening that it's kind of like blinding you.
Yeah, Jeremy, I've given you a little link. That's to a science page, science facts, applied force. You see,
Dude,
it's a term. It's a term.
that's
Equals,
completely irrelevant to what you're
applied
saying.
force equals ma. Then it's got gravity in it, and gravity is mg. An inclined plane, force on an inclined plane, slightly different equation. Work done by the. It's all there. You can go and look at it. There's different ways of characterizing what force means in particular, in context of particular types of science. And that includes different understandings of and scale of things as well.
So do you need a force to move things in, yeah? You need a force to move.
Most of the time, in most
Right.
of our in most of our lives, other than gravity, a force is usually applied from one object to another. In other words, there's a physical interaction between things that is clearly understood. Applied forces being an example of that.
Okay, so you can show us an experiment that proves there's a force needed for things to fall.
Well, it's not. There's something going on, isn't there? There's an acceleration.
There's something, but can you prove there's a force that needs something to fall, that makes something that's needed for something to fall? Can you prove that experimentally?
Can I prove there's something that is needed to make things fall? Is that what you're asking me?
No, I said there's a force. Tell me, or give me an experiment that proves, conclusively, right, that there's a force needed for things, objects to fall.
There's a force needed. I don't know quite where that's going, to be honest with you.
What I'm saying. So, as an experiment, give me an experiment that goes, here, look, there's a thing falling, and look, there's the force that's needed for this thing to fall. There's not even one experiment. You can go and look. Oh, maybe you know there's one, but have a look. Otherwise, it's just conjecture. What Jeremy was saying. Newton said there was a force needed. Einstein said there wasn't a force needed. To believe those two things is what's it you call it? Dialectic. You call it.
Yeah.
So to be specific, Newton described it as a force. He could have called it unicorns. He could have called it blow farts. He could have called it anything. He just described it as a force.
A force of what? A force of what, by what, and to what?
He didn't know by
he said gravity. Are you talking about gravity that you're saying he knew was a special force because it didn't match the equation? Is that the thing you're talking about?
Party's over. Dice loads here. Party's over. I'm just wondering, when you say a force, acting as if it's a thing rather than what something does. So a force of what? Like, what are you actually implying?
Newton was describing an effect. The effect is that things fall to the ground at a certain rate. That's what he described. Einstein explained why. This is the core difference between the two things you guys are talking about.
Why are you ignoring the question? Is that first observation a fucking force? Because
just calm down. Bloody hell. Calm yourself down.
Hold on, Andy. I got it. I know.
Jeremy, let me get the question.
No, I gotta mute you, bro. If you scream at us one more time, I'm muting you or something, bro. You can't do this.
Come on, man. Let's do the break, man.
Right, but the point was there, you were saying...
Ollie, let me ask him a question so I don't disagree, bro.
Described the effect, and you're saying Einstein described the cause. Now, can you prove that space-time bends then? Change my question. Can you prove...
And don't give him that shit, man.
Actually, like, do you know how you say space-time? So see that as the...
Einstein or Newton did not describe the effect by his own words. He wants to be a cake boy. He said that F equals ma, but gravity did not comport to that. So he's not describing the effect, is he?
Yeah, I agree. Right, so here's the point. I've got a question, right? So see
you got 9.8. 9.8 isn't right, but only in one zone. So he's not describing the effect, is he? Newton had everything wrong according to them.
Right. Wait a minute. Let me continue here, right? So the bending of space-time, where does it actually happen? Does it happen from the surface of the Earth, or does it happen within the atmosphere? Does time under the atmosphere, or does it start at the surface? Anybody?
It happens everywhere, apparently, doesn't it?
So the Earth, when it's sitting now, see, the problem with this is when they show you ample, they show you a one-dimensional rubber mat and they stick a ball in it. Now, imagine that in three-dimensional. So space-time is bending around
everything. We all know that he's touched
Space-time is by definition.
That's the guy that believes in that, right? So how do you imagine? Do you imagine when you see space-time, as you see that ball in contact with that rubber thing, or imagine it as, can imagine a ball within a grid line, bendy lines, you know, like you would if you'd done
I imagine water droplets, how water droplets stick together and get bigger when they touch, but every little micro atom has its own baby water droplet. And the more dense they are together, they suck and make bigger.
Don, hold on, Allie. Hold on 1 second. Don, you gotta hold on, Allie. Don, you gotta stop just blatantly interrupting people. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but we've cleaned our whole act. We've cleaned our whole act up.
I wasn't asking,
Allie.
But Don,
what's your thing, please, Allie? Be concise, please.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll shut up because you let other people fucking rave for 20 fucking minutes talking about it. And suddenly talking for a minute, and then
just go ahead. Go ahead, Allie.
I wish you, honestly, Jeremy, I wish you would stop doing it. So anyway, so my point is, right? My point is that how do you imagine this bendy space-time? Does it start at the surface of the Earth, or does it start outside the atmosphere? Speaking to the English guy, not Don, the other guy that was the expert.
Me, how do I imagine space-time?
Yeah.
I don't do a very good job of it myself.
But you purport to believe in that.
No, well, I mean, when I say I think it's probably true because there's a huge chunk of people who with experience who say it's true. Theoretical physics is not my field, so I've got two choices. I can either, when it comes to theoretical physics, which is beyond my capabilities, I've got two choices. Yeah? I have to work. I either completely ignore it because I'm not capable of necessarily pulling it apart properly, or I have to ascertain which a committee or contingent group of people who've got a better understanding of me and opt for the best one.
Hold on, real quick, guys. Real quick, please, guys. You think GR is theoretical physics?
I was fucking talking there, Jeremy.
I know. I just wanted to clarify something. Maybe he misspoke or something. Can I just clarify this sentence?
Now you fucked up.
Can I clarify the sentence he said, please? Did you say GR is theoretical physics?
I may have misquoted. Oh, God, what is it? Was it shouty and shit mic night tonight?
It must be.
I know, Ali, your mic sucks. Can I just get some clarification and see if you misspoke on that sentence? Ali, please.
Yeah,
could have misspoken.
Jeremy is doing it.
Go on.
Ali, can I?
Use people for.
Ali, relax, but I just want to get. You can go right after. I just want to clarify if you said that right or not.
Talk to the guy.
If it isn't
Instead of
classified,
talking-
come on, Ali, go on, keep going.
Jesus Christ, man. Ali, can I just get some clarification, please, to see if you misspoke right there, or if that's what he actually meant? I'll take it up later with him. You can continue. I just want to make sure.
I can ask him.
I'll get back to you, Jeremy, when he's finished. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Go ahead, Ali. Great. I can go.
Won't forget,
You
Jeremy.
have the conversation. I will just leave me out of it. Right, on you go, guys. But you're a fucking hypocrite, Jeremy. You are doing exactly what you mute people for doing. And you pull people up for me, Brian, every other fucker that does that.
Yeah, Jeremy, you hypocrite.
No, it's not Jeremy. Your mic's breaking
Dude,
up, Ali.
I just wanted. We started talking at the same time. We started talking at the same time. I just wanted to get clarification on one little thing he said. It would have been over by now, but you wanted to have this long, drawn-out thing. I was going to let you carry on. I just wanted to make sure I heard him right, or he didn't misspeak or something. That's all.
As far as I'm aware,
If you want to carry on with him, go ahead, Ali.
Jeez Christ. Let me just answer you, Jeremy, because then you can carry on.
The lemming train of. That's where you want to be.
What about Ali?
Everybody's got to give their opinion now. Let's wait for that.
Under the my understanding of what theoretical physics means is it's physics that employs abstracts and mathematical models, and I personally think that special relativity fits in that. I'm not an expert, so I may be mischaracterizing that.
Real quick, you're appealing to authority, which is a fallacy. Just saying.
Yeah. Come back and tell me that you got throat cancer and you need to decide who you're going to ask. Someone who's got healing stones on YouTube or a doctor.
Yeah.
I'm not interested.
Point it out, bro.
I'm not interested in silly flim-flammy fallacies. This is an honest conversation about how we evaluate the world.
Well, yeah, that's fine. You were honest. You were honest, and you said you didn't know. You're going to appeal to the expert, and that's fine. But I'm just pointing it out that
that's not a fallacy.
And then false equivalence. Right after it, false equivalence.
Yeah, but that's a red herring straw man.
Yeah, keep your terms coming. I
think there needs to be some
reality.
I think there needs to be. I just want to say something though. I think there needs to be clarification. Referring to subject matter experts is not appealing to authority.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
But what if a video on YouTube?
So any information that you get is appeal to authority because somebody other than you went and got that information.
No. So you can't, in the middle of an article, you can't appeal to any authority, including so-called valid expert, unless the authority is accepted by the interlocutor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Iro. That was well put.
It's about the data. You can't just go, oh, they're an expert, so I appeal to it. You have to go, look, they have this data, and it says X, Y, Z. That's all that matters.
With they, do you mean the Jews?
Yeah, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, so you can say real world and this and that all you want, and that's fine. Like, I understand, but at the end of the day, bro, like when we're talking about these things and putting them in question, these so-called known facts you have that you believe in, because you can't necessarily elaborate for yourself. You got to appeal to the authority or the experts on. Would put you in a classification of being indoctrinated to a large degree, being that you couldn't discern your way from right or wrong on the matter.
Of course. Isn't it ironic, though, that you lot sit in here and most of you agree with each other on things as well? So aren't you appealing to authority? Because you didn't all simultaneously make this up, did you?
We don't agree on things for a start.
There's some core things you do agree. There's a lot of core things you do agree on.
Oh, we argue about a lot of different stuff,
and aren't the rest of you appealing to authority?
That's not the appeal to authority. People agreeing on things is not an appeal to authority.
Okay, so me deciding when I go into the world how I choose which set of people that agree with each other about things I choose. It's not a problem for me. It's not a problem for most people in the world.
That's fine.
Including all people who work in engineering.
That wasn't the point I was making.
Applied sciences, chemistry.
Yeah, but The point is you have a belief. The fact that you can't falsify or validate or substantiate any of these things that you speak of. I asked you a simple thing, like a force of what? I don't know if you heard that, but I got nothing in return. And also for the fact that you don't understand it well enough. Like, we can talk about the bending and warping of space-time. We can break it all down, and there's nothing logical or rational that you're going to put forward that's going to...
So you to find me a citation in this of an expert or a scientist who agrees with you.
Why do we have to appeal to authority when you and I are here talking about the matter, about your belief? We're talking about your belief.
Why would I listen to what you believe?
I'm not giving you a belief, so I'm just giving you the facts and how they contradict your belief.
You're not giving the facts. We already gave you a reason of logic. The logic is when we see things accelerate with no force behind them, that leads us to believe a theory such as the bending and warping of space-time. That makes a lot of sense. It is logical. You may not like it, but don't call it. Hold on, Kaislo. Don't call it illogical because it makes sense. Now, whatever you have, just let me finish. If you have a different idea, or stop it. If you have a different idea or theory, bring it forward. But to tell us we're illogical is incorrect. It is not really fair to the argument.
The bending of,
speaking of
the bending of space-time is illogical. Simply, you can derive a contradiction from that very sentence.
How?
Okay, what is space?
I've been waiting 6 hours to ask you this question, buddy.
Keep on talking over people. That's really good for the conversation. Don, come on.
Man, you...
No one asked you. He's asking me a question, and you just jumped in for no reason.
Go ahead.
So I gave you what space was: the distance between objects, or the absence of any objects.
The distance between objects is an abstraction. Can an abstraction end?
But you're making zero sense. You're being illogical.
No.
Space-time is space and time. Time is
focus on space. Just focus on space. That's what's that question. Focus on one thing.
Is the progression of existence, and space is the distance between objects.
Okay, so space is the distance between objects. That's a description. Abstraction.
An absence of matter.
Description. Again, another description. An absence of matter is a non-existent, a non-extant thing. So that cannot bend.
No, that's not what that means.
Time is and then
it's implying a volume without any matter.
We'll stick on space. Again, these are abstractions of the mind.
No, it's not abstractions of the mind. Is there space between you and me right now?
Yeah.
You know what? I've done this before with you, and I really don't have any interest in arguing these semantic points with you. So I'm sorry.
This is metaphysics. This is the
no, it's not metaphysics at all.
It is the prime
there is something I've told you.
Zanuck, stop interrupting.
Let me respond back to him real quick.
Zanuck, you're interrupting, dude.
Go ahead.
The point was, I gave him the
logic. Cornerstone. Zanuck, wait your turn. Arul, please carry on.
I'll try and be concise. So basically, space and time are abstractions of the mind, descriptions that we're imposing on reality. That's fine. They have heuristical value, but they are, by definition, abstractions. And abstractions are not physical objects.
Arul, can I ask you something? Arul, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Can you wait till he's done, real quick?
He's
addressing Zanuck. He's addressing Zanuck on something that they were discussing. Just let him finish, and then Zanuck can go next, and then you can address Arul.
I'm done.
Okay, Zanuck, go ahead.
Okay. No. So what we did was we talked about a theory. If space-time was a real thing, not saying that it is, it would explain the motion that we see with respect to objects being dropped to the ground. The fact that they accelerate without a force is key to the logic in saying that space-time is bending, that there's actually a geodesic line that is bending, curving toward the center of the Earth, that objects will follow and drop. They are not accelerating because they do not have forces acting on them. And all things that are accelerating need forces. So that's my explanation. Now, whether it be true or not, whether it's based on abstract logic,
we don't need the opinion.
Hold on. If that's true, fine. But now tell me what you think causes something to accelerate without a force, and then we can have a discussion. Don't fire against. Hold on, I'm just being clear. Don't fire against my idea.
Someone else had a question for
I know, but don't fire against my idea saying it's not illogical, because it's not illogical. It's very logical. Come up with something better.
Zanuck,
go ahead.
Zanuck, you can't tell someone how to respond. Okay, as long as they're following the rules, they can respond as they see fit. But
I don't mean
someone else.
I don't mean it.
Zanuck, that wasn't a fucking cue for you to chime in. Settle down. There was someone
Who
that
are
had a
you? You're
question
not a
directly
policeman, Mr. Policeman.
Zanik.
Can't tell me what to say.
Zanik, I'm a moderator here. I'm not telling you what to say. I'm telling you when you can say it, and now's not the time. Somebody had a direct question for a rule. Whoever that was, now's your time to ask them. Okay, well,
that guy left. Dice low.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's still
All
there.
right.
Just come back in Incarnation 613.
Incarnation, did you have something to ask a rule?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a rule because he says space and time are abstract. So, does it take? How long would it take you to travel 10 meters?
I don't know, depending on how fast I walk.
Great. So they're not abstract.
Abstract doesn't mean that they don't exist. People think that when I use these words, I'm using them technically. I'm not using them as I'm not pejorative. It's not a pejorative. To say something is abstract, a pejorative would be when, including a lot of flat earthers, they use something like magical, and I would never use a word like that. Magical.
Can you address a rule the what you were going to address before you were interrupted about metaphysics as being? I'm assuming one side of the same coin as being physics on the other side.
Well, it comes down to there are two categories of truth. One is necessary truths, and one are contingent truths. A lot of people within both communities are reifying contingent, not reifying actually. They're misplacing contingent truths, even if they are truths. Some of them are hypotheses, but regardless, they are contingent truths, which are which may or may not be true in any possible world. For example, the boiling point of water. In any possible world, all possible worlds rather, it's not necessarily true that the boiling point of water would be 100 degrees or whatever the fuck. A necessary truth is like laws of logic and mathematics and metaphysics, which are universally true and could never change. So when someone says something for example, earlier when someone says, oh, something cannot move without a force, or there cannot be acceleration without a force or something, well, that's a contingent truth that may or may not be true, regardless of the reification of force and all of that, which I'm not even getting into. These are just things which may or may not be true. Whereas something like the impossibility of a square circle, that is just true in all possible worlds. You cannot have a squared circle. So going back to this, when I say abstraction, an abstraction is something that, again, a mind, I'm not saying it's not real, a mind projects onto reality. So time and space are things which a mind projects onto reality. Therefore, they are not physical. A physical thing is something which has extension in time and space. That's the only possible definition of a physical thing. And only physical things can bend because they need to have a spatial component and to bend and a temporal component to bend, meaning they were one way at T1 and another way at T2. Within what? Within space. Therefore, only physical things can bend. You cannot take what defines a physical thing and then say that thing bends, and that thing is just another thing. That's the lack of logic here.
Right. Zanik, do you want to respond to that? He's probably
No, I unmuted. I had it muted. My bad. I forgot.
Okay.
No, my bad, Zanik.
We know why water boils. That's hella fucked up. We know why water boils. It'll boil that same way anywhere in the universe. It has to do with these molecules and how they behave. What kind of bonds are holding them together? And we know that it could be a different temperature, but as long as we know the pressure, because that determines when these bonds can be broken, and when water will change state. This change of state is true anywhere in the universe. We don't have any reason to think it's different. It's not an abstraction.
You don't understand that I was talking about contingent truths there. It's got nothing to do with
that
this.
Is a contingent truth, because we do understand why water boils, and there's no situation where it would ever boil any differently anywhere.
What is a contingent truth? What is a contingent
you don't understand how words work.
What is contingent truth?
Words are abstract. As Fusion said, words are abstractions. You know what space is. We were quizzed on how long it would take to travel 10 meters, and you said it depends on your speed, which is true, your velocity. And all these things depict and show you what time and what space are. They're not abstractions from that perspective. They're very real. It's reality for everybody. And so space is just the distance between you and me right now. There's space between us. And this space between us, we can have a time to travel to go from me to you. And if that time can warp, if time can be altered by being near a mass of some sort, which we understand very clearly that time slows down in the presence of mass, then that will tend to warp the space-time fabric.
Okay,
That
so
space-time is warped, and that's the reason why things can fall and accelerate and not have forces applied to them. And that's the key factor here.
Okay, so you've kind of like scattergunned in some non sequiturs, but again, let's go back to contingent truth, because that's what you started with. You said the boiling point of water will be the same in all parts of the universe. That's completely irrelevant and non sequitur to my explanation.
You brought it up.
No, I use that as an example of a contingent truth, and you haven't understood what a contingent truth. It is a contingent truth. A contingent
truth.
Okay, then you need to go and read up on philosophy 101.
I know it. I do it. I know what a contingent truth is. It's not a contingent truth. What's it contingent upon?
This is laughably.
What's it contingent upon?
Laughably
a different reality.
Why are you interrupting me? This is laughably verifiable. Just anyone right now, because you're not going to do it, can go and Google contingent truth. It's something.
I know what contingent truth means.
Go ahead and define it.
I told you it's a truth that's dependent upon something.
Nope, that's not a truth. It's not
It is
truth.
true.
Not a
It's
truth.
true.
That's not the definition of a contingent truth.
All right, what is the definition of
it's just a truth that is true, but it could have easily been wrong. You know.
That's a colloquial definition, but it's a good definition. But the way that they define
it's like saying your car is white. You know, it's true, but your car could have been brown or blue.
100%.
You know, it's not.
Yep, 100%. But that extends all the way to the laws of physics. They're contingent truths, meaning they're not true in all possible worlds. So they're not necessarily true in all possible worlds. A necessary truth is, again, like I said, law of mathematics, law of logic, law of metaphysics, which are necessarily true in all possible worlds. Now, people know what the laws of logic are, the 3 laws. People know what the laws of mathematics are, multiple, so many of them, so many theorems and blah, 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 all necessarily true. But then what are the laws of metaphysics? Well, there's stuff like something cannot be in a different state from what it was earlier without changing, stuff like that. Self-evident truths, one might call them. So those are the laws of metaphysics. Very simple. Those are necessary truths as opposed to contingent truths, which extend all the way up to the laws of physics. And that's it. Very simple.
I mean, I would love someone to disprove the laws, or not disprove, but show the laws of physics aren't necessary truths, as you put it. Like
the laws of physics aren't necessary truths?
Apparently.
Philosophically speaking, then.
I mean, if you'd show me, where laws of physics don't apply, then you'll be a very rich man.
Is gravity universal?
Yes.
Oh, it is. So then you can explain why the Milky Way precesses at the rate it does and get your Nobel Prize award. Awesome.
No, that we don't know about other factors that could be present. We don't have the information to make that judgment.
Even if the law, there's a law of physics which is invariant, it's irrelevant. The fact is, it's still a contingent truth, because for example, in contrast to a necessary truth necessarily, the word there, follows from its premises. It just goes this, therefore this, therefore this, therefore this, therefore this. Necessarily, there's no it could be otherwise. The fact that we have to discover laws of physics through empiricism means that they're not necessary truths. Meaning, before we go into it, we're like, well, this could be this and this could be that. Now it turns out when you go and do scientific experiments, you're like, oh, wait, look, every time we do this, that happens. It's called the problem of induction. It's induced. It's not deduced. Deduced means it's a necessary connection. Induced means it's a leap that someone makes based on, which again, I'm not hating on this. It's not a pejorative. I think it's a very valid thing to do, but it is not necessary. It's the way it is. It's just basic philosophy.
You guys ready to do a dab with me and see whether or not physics is real?
No.
Bro, you sound like you're going to do mushrooms and explain how the universe works.
I can do that too.
Let's go on a spiritual journey together through the cosmos. Sounds like a Brian Cox documentary.
Yeah, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with having contingent truths and using different types of, reasoning to come to certain types of understanding. We all do it.
Nothing wrong.
We ain't perfect. The tools we've created ain't perfect, but they work pretty well for us.
You know why they work?
Why?
Because science proves things. If it didn't, shit wouldn't work.
Oh, come on, man. Stop it.
Zanuck, are you there? Well, there's a lull.
I'm here.
First of all, Allie, if you're listening, I didn't want to cut your whole shit off. I just wanted that guy to clarify one little thing real quick. All right. So I'm sorry, but Zanuck, so many things. So many things. Tell these guys when Newtonian mechanics falls apart. Now forget that. Let's do something else. The Lorentz contraction. We were right in the middle of that earlier. Waxy Vaxy jumped in. I'm gonna remix it
Please,
on you.
Zanuck, please explain it to me because I don't understand it.
No, you were saying that we can. That's not necessary. No, you were explaining how we measure the Lorentz contraction at slack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. By measuring the length of an electromagnetic pulse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how long was it before while it was just sitting still?
A certain measure. I don't have the exact value, but it's a certain value that is actually measured to be much smaller when it's moving at some 80% or 50% of the speed of light or something in that range.
Yeah. How this has a defined
the calculation is well known, and for example, if something is like 86% of the speed of light, that might be half the size.
Yeah, and they're measuring the length of an electromagnetic pulse.
A field, yes. There's a field that know the length of it, and they move that field at near light speed across coils the length of the tube.
How long is the field?
I don't know. It's not very long. It's maybe a few inches, foot. I'm not sure. It's been so long since I looked at it. It's been 20 years since I looked at this experiment.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
That's why I've told people to look it up and understand what length contraction, what the Lorentz transformations are, and what the length contraction actually means. It means that from the observer, things that are going by you at near light speed will appear to be smaller.
Jeremy, when you asked him how long is the field they're measuring, and he said an inch, you said, yeah, I'm not buying it. What length could he have said that you think, oh, that seems fair enough to me?
He didn't give a length. He said he didn't know. But I'm not buying that they measured the Lorentz contraction.
Why aren't you buying that?
They measured this is the start of the story. They measured an electromagnetic pulse.
Right.
Right. How long? How long is an electromagnetic pulse? That has a length to it?
Wouldn't they have measured the time it takes for that pulse to go from like one place to another? You know, it'll leave
now that sounds more
and reach a receiver, and they would know what that known distance is.
No,
that sounds more reasonable.
The length of this pulse.
There are no amount of questions I can ask Zanuck about this right now that would convince me one way or the other whether it's true or false. Because that would be an idiotic thing to do.
Well, we're just going to get down to the bottom of this because I was under the impression.
Jeremy, are you going to get to the bottom of this really by talking to Zanuck?
Yeah, Zanuck's one of the top 10. He's top 10 Glober, bro. You don't know?
Yeah, but is it missing the point? Is Zanuck going to describe to you enough of the nuances and technicalities of this for you to actually come up with assuredly come up with the conclusion one way or the other?
Apparently not, because he doesn't even know what they're measuring. Nate's shit sounds like what they're actually measuring.
Okay, so what you're saying is you sat in here asking Zanuck an inadequate set of questions, half of which you can't answer, and off the basis of that, you're going to make a conclusion whether they measured this Lorentz contraction. That's great, Jeremy. That's a really, really robust way to do things. I could sit here and listen to all that he said, and I'm going to be I'm not going to say I'm not any the wiser at the end of it. Isn't that a more sensible approach to take rather than coming up to a conclusion?
Yeah,
bro, you thought GR was theoretical physics, so you should just sit back and listen for a while.
Well, wait a minute. That's the first thing I've heard Pazza come in with, and I mean he sounds like an intelligent guy, but I agree with him 100% on that.
Well, the Wikipedia page, theoretical physics, has got relativity in the first paragraph, so I don't know, where am I going wrong exactly? Jeremy.
Because this is supposed to be the most experimented on.
That's not what I asked.
This is supposed. I'm telling you why you're wrong. It's because this is supposed to be the most tested. I'm telling you why right now.
Okay, I best log on to Wikipedia on my account and delete that paragraph for them. I'm sure they appreciate my contribution on this occasion.
Well, I've been hearing that GR is one of the most experimented on things in physics of all time. So to say it's just theoretical. So to say it's just theoretical.
Is
Bro,
is the
relax,
definition
man.
is the definition of theoretical physics a branch of physics where they haven't tried to conduct experiments to prove it right or wrong? Are you saying that because it's only theoretical because they haven't tried to do anything with it? Is that what you're saying? Are you using the word theoretical like we use it in general? Well, in theory, I haven't checked how far it is to the shops, but in theory, it's about 2 miles. Is that the way you're using theoretical? Because I'm sure they don't use it that way, Jeremy. Do they?
How do they use it then?
The way they use it is they clump those 2 words together and they give it a definition. And you can go and read the definition, which
No.
has actually got.
No. Don't send me off to somewhere. You must know the definition. Go ahead and say it.
Yes, it's the branches of physics where you've got abstractions and you've got mathematical models.
That's the definition of theoretical physics. If I go look it up. Sure about that?
There's no experimental tools involved, is it, for starters, at the moment?
Abstract.
Well, when I bring it up, it says.
I just want to know when I go look it up. Abstract and mathematical is what you're saying.
Yeah.
No experiment.
I didn't say there was no experiments.
You said not backed up by experiments. Just mathematical and abstract stuff.
No. You misheard what I said.
Okay. Well, maybe say it again. Maybe say it again.
I was arguing about the point. Jeremy was saying.
No. I didn't ask what Jeremy said. I asked you to define theoretical physics. Go ahead. Do it again because I must have misheard.
Okay, it's the branch of physics where it deals with abstractions and it deals with mathematical models, and it's in contrast to sort of like experiments that use tools and evaluate phenomena. How's that sound?
Well, that's quite different than the first time, but we're getting closer.
No, it's not. No, I said it's got abstract in it. It's got mathematical models in it, and it is in contrast to utilization of experimental tools. That's what I said a minute ago. I know I moved the words around. That might have been confusing, but
yeah, you didn't say that a while ago. But you can further go into what's the doing experiments like in contrast to doing experiments. What does that mean?
I was picking apart the statement that Jeremy made that relativity isn't theoretical because it's one of the most try to evaluate in science. That's what I was reacting to. Nothing else, nothing more.
Now, yeah, you might forget that I asked you what your definition was. You said one thing and then said another one. I'm questioning the third part about the experiment. In contrast to experiment is what you said, right?
Let me just read something real quick.
All right, let me clarify. They do experimental studies.
God.
Go on, carry on, Jeremy.
Let me just read something real quick. Modern theoretical physics attempts to unify theories and explain phenomena and further attempts to understand the universe, from the cosmological to the elementary particle scale. Where experimentation cannot be done, theoretical physics still tries to advance through the use of mathematical models. Now, if you're telling me no experiments have been done with GR,
didn't say that.
Okay, so experiments have been done, so it can't be theoretical physics because they're saying in theoretical physics you cannot do experiments. So this can't be theoretical physics.
No. Originally, that is what you said. You said you can't. It doesn't have anything to do with experiments, and then you double backed and said, in contrast. And now Rakia wants to know what you mean by in contrast. So if you could please elaborate on that, and then we can move forward.
You're not using experimental tools to probe physical phenomena necessarily, are you, with theoretical physics? It sits ostensibly in the realm of models and abstractions, and then you have to find some way of extrapolating some meaning out of that.
Okay, listen to me. This is straight off the wiki page. My bad. I thought you were done. This is straight off the wiki page. The thing I just read. Where experimentation cannot be done, theoretical physics still tries to advance through the use of mathematical models. So they're saying in theoretical physics, experimentation cannot be done. If experimentations have been done on GR, it can't be theoretical physics because they've done experiments.
Okay, all right. If that's how you want to.
I don't know what you're laughing about. That's straight off the wiki page.
Right. Okay.
Where experimentation cannot be done, theoretical physics still tries to advance through the use of mathematical models. Obviously, if experimentation has been done, it can't be theoretical physics because Wiki's telling me experimentation can't be done in theoretical physics. Laugh at me again. Maybe laugh at me again. That'll make it better.
But Jeremy, that ain't necessarily what you are reading says. You know, what you're reading is just saying that where experimental physics reaches its limitations, we can still move forward with experimental physics. I mean, with the other way around, where experimental physics reaches its limitations, you can still use theoretics, you know, to try and gain an understanding of what's going on. Some of those theoretics can't be necessarily tested, you know, like you could have come up with ideas like string theory and whatnot, but the mathematical models that string theory would be based on is underpinned by actual experimentation, you know? You wouldn't just come up with a theory that doesn't have experimentation underpinning it.
Nate, can we do experiments in theoretical physics?
In some types of theoretical physics, yes, but where there are limitations to experimentation, such as string theory, you just move forward with the theoretics.
Wiki's telling me there can't be any experimentation done in theoretical physics. Did they get it
said.
wrong?
Well,
read it again, Jeremy.
Jeremy, the wiki page, Wikipedia's page in theoretical physics gives an example, a special relativity in the first section. Okay, so
this is from. We were talking about GR first of all. We were talking about GR.
Yeah. So read what the wiki page said again, Jeremy. That thing that you read like 5 times.
Yeah. I'm gonna read a different one. This is from ZipRecruiter.
Read that
read
same
a different
one.
Yeah, why not read a different one?
Read that same sentence or paragraph he was reading.
Okay, where experimentation cannot be done, theoretical physics still tries to advance through the use of mathematical models. Let me read another one, though.
Exactly.
Theoretical
so
physicists.
Saying, wait, hang on. Whoa, don't be so hasty. Let's chop that up. So where it's saying you can't do experimental physics anymore, you can still move forward with theoretical physics. It's not saying that you can't do experimental physics if you're doing theoretical physics. It's not saying that the two can't be done together. It's just saying where one reaches its ceiling, you can move forward with the other.
Negative. They're distinctly saying in theoretical physics, experimentation cannot be done. I have another one backing this up. I mean, that was only Ricky, maybe from ZipRecruiter. Hold on, man. Guys, I'm right in the middle of my thing.
Can I just say, Jeremy, for the record, halfway down the Wikipedia page on theoretical physics, it gives a mainstream theory example as general relativity. So
so they're double.
They're either everyone is double speaking, yeah, to confuse everybody. Wikipedia's got it wrong, or here's the third option: you've slightly misinterpreted what they're saying. Which is the most likely, Jeremy?
They're double speaking, like the Glober way is what's most likely. Because here's another one from ZipRecruiter.com.
That's the most obvious explanation.
Come on, guys. Here's another one from ZipRecruiter. I know these are devastating citations right here, but this one's from ZipRecruiter. Bro, are you going to interrupt me every time? Go ahead, man.
No, sorry, Jeremy.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, you're not sorry. I'll go ahead. Since you want to interrupt Jeremy, go ahead and interrupt me too, and make you look like a fool. But here,
no, you sound like you're on an island, Rocky. Your mic's all choppy.
Yo, Jeremy, go ahead, bro.
When your white knight tries to white knight for you, but his horse is left in the other.
That's not really helping, is it?
Pretty much.
Hold on, Rocky.
Central.
Pretty much. Guys, hold on. Rocky, you're roboting crazy.
He left. Jeremy, go ahead.
Let me just read this real quick. This is from ZipRecruiter.com. Theoretical physicists attempt to understand the laws governing nature. Unlike practical or applied physicists, they do not conduct experiments or observe nature directly. Now, is that what we're talking about when we talk about GR? No experiments, and they did not observe nature directly? Does that sound like general relativity?
Yeah, but Jeremy, you just went and shifted the goalposts. Instead of talking about theoretical physics, you are now talking about theoretical physicists. Theoretical physicists.
Yes, theoretical physicists do theoretical physics.
Yeah, they do theoretical physics, but you got to take that with what you read earlier, which says that where experimental physics reaches its ceiling, you can move forward with theoretical physics.
Okay, do I sound better now? Because I'd love to read this definition because it's a third one. Theoretical physics, not physicist, physics is a branch of physics that employs mathematical models and abstractions of physical objects and systems to rationalize, explain, or predict natural phenomena. Here's the key part. This is in contrast, I hope all you smart sounding people know what contrast means, to experimental physics. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was a lovely definition. I think that was the best definition we've heard today. You know,
You like the in contrast part? You like the in contrast to
I
experimental?
loved it, Rocky. I loved it. You know?
Pretty much sums it up, doesn't it?
It's got my nipples hard, bro. You know, that
Pretty much sums it up, right? And makes
there's
that
a
other
big
guy
difference.
Can we
it
stop
makes
that crap, please?
Yeah, it makes the other guy double speaking, the one that you came in to save and try and white knight when y'all called me a white knight when I was just trying to read a definition. Y'all are a strange breed, dude.
I didn't call you a white knight. You know, that was something.
No, the other guy did. I didn't say you did. The other guy did when I was just trying to read a definition. When you actually came in to try and save that guy from double speaking on his definition, that says that theoretical physics does do experiment, when me and Jeremy are demolishing it. In contrast. Go ahead.
So what's the point of this conversation then? Just to establish that it's not science.
Oh, yeah, I'm also not sure. Yeah, what was the point of all of this?
Is that y'all giving up? Is that y'all giving up that theoretical physics to experiments? Can we get a concession? We can move on. Just concede. Be a man.
But Rocky, did someone make the claim that theoretical physicists do experiments?
Yeah, you know, the guy you came in to try and say when his very definition said that they do, and then he argued with Jeremy and cut him off about 20 times? Yes. Maybe you missed that part. In contrast, remember that?
Yeah.
Is that a concession? The old, okay.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what the point is being argued, man, but I agree with the definition you read.
Good deal. The other guy surely got silent. Did he concede? Is his silence concession, or does he want to interrupt some more?
No, I think this experiment's done with general relativity, or around the field of general relativity. There are observations of it made. They're experimental in their nature.
Yeah.
Some of the things in our world we use are contingent on these effects.
Well, they do this test at SLAC. I told you this earlier, and they can actually show evidence for length contraction by sending particles down the tube, and the field that it generates as it passes by detectors will show that field compresses and contracts as it approaches the speed of light. And this is a 2 mile long tube, right? And it's a particle accelerator is sending pipes down the pipe there at near light speed. And these electrons are traveling down the pipe, and they can show that the accelerator and the Earth are moving, and the length are contracted, and there's a relativistic effect. And it's so great that this accelerator basically shows that there's a half meter long effect by this electron, and then it gets compressed when they measure it midway through. They can actually have a segment there where they're doing a test and do a measurement and see what that field with those lines of flux look like, and the lines of flux are actually compressed. And that's one of the direct effects or direct measurements that they make on length contraction. But a particle which they know is moving near light speed because they can time it. If you go there, this is one of the tests they've been doing it for, 50 years.
Wikipedia needs updating.
I
guess at the speed it's 0.75 C. So I said about 80% of the speed of light is 0.75. So it wasn't 20 years ago, and I remembered this happening and getting the data on it. I just remembered a couple of high-level points, and you guys wanted to hear that if this ever happened, if anyone's ever done it. And yes, that $1 billion facility that they've spent on that place over the last 50 years has done this test and does it often.
It goes back to what Jeremy said. The reason it started is because someone mentioned, I think I mentioned relativity, and he said, "Well, that's not." He couldn't believe I suggested that was theoretical physics because he's of the impression that he's living it with the rhetoric that any experimentation, evaluation, observation, or surmising of how it can be utilized in real life, any form of experimentation, means it's not theoretical. Despite the fact that everybody in the science community and Wikipedia don't agree with him. That's fine. I just want to clarify that's different. That's all.
It's a good point, Jeremy. Do you have a response to that? Jeremy's not there anymore.
I'm sure Jeremy might know more about it than I do.
He ran away, man. You know, Jeremy tends to do that.
Jeremy's the high level guy. He throws out the questions, drops the bombs, and runs. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, he's not really built for all this battling, you know.
Bro, you ain't built like that. Listen, what was the question? I was talking to my wife.
Oh, your blood, your
He's
blood
ready now.
don't
He came back.
go through your body like that. Man. Stop it.
I'm in my 50s, Jeremy. If I try and repeat it, I'll fuck it up.
He just basically, I'll paraphrase, he said, theoretical physics is still physics.
Yeah.
We use these theories in practical applications, such as telecommunications, lasers, semiconductor manufacturing. Quantum physics is used every day. Hold on, quantum physics is a field of theoretical physics, and it's used every day to make sure that we can actually deposit materials in such an order on a semiconductor wafer to suddenly make these things make computers. I mean, if we didn't know how quantum fields work and how quantum mechanics works, we wouldn't be able to build computers as we know them today. So to say that theoretical physics is just whatever it was classified as earlier, I forget what the word was, it's not fully correct, to say the least.
And I'll go on the record as stating my understanding of this is shite. I'm not going to pretend that I have a definition which completely dislodges what everyone else is saying. I don't see the value in doing this.
I mean, they've proved the Lorentz contraction with the Michelson-Morley test. They've proved it at SLAC. I mean, you guys are making it seem like this whole area of physics is unknown and people are just making shit up so they can get their name on some kind of paper and get a job at a college to teach more bullshit to the students. That's what you're making
Dude,
this seem like.
Michelson-Morley did not prove the Lorentz contraction. They ad hoc'd it in because they didn't detect Earth orbiting. Don't try to act like they proved it.
How'd they ad hoc it in?
This is why I'm fishy of your Slack bullshit, because you don't know you should be making what you shouldn't.
No, they definitely did. Why do you think it was ad hoc in to the Michelson-Morley test?
Because they did Michelson-Morley, didn't detect the orbit. They were like, holy shit, we got to be orbiting. They threw in the Lorentz contraction, voila, all better.
No, they didn't detect the ether drift that they would expect if they were moving at 76,000 miles an hour around the sun, or 66,000 miles an hour around the sun. They didn't get that velocity. Which proved there wasn't an ether. That's all that did. Well, they got some measurement, but it was within the error of margin. So that tends to be exploited too as some type of evidence. It's not. Rounding errors are not evidence.
That's so hilarious. Yeah, the logical form of arguments are hilarious.
I mean, length contraction is probably one of the most rigorous tested theories in physics.
This is the form of your argument.
Oh my god.
The form of your argument. If the Earth is if the Earth is moving through an ether, we should detect the speed. We don't detect the speed. Therefore, there's no ether. No, the whole test was to see if the Earth is moving or not, assuming the ether.
Right. Or we're not moving.
That's not true. That is not true.
Why are you?
The test wasn't performed to see if Earth is moving. The people that performed the test already assumed the Earth was moving.
In order to test, confirm the Earth is moving, assuming the ether as well, didn't register the value, 30 meters per second or whatever the fuck. Got not zero either, which would further post hoc theory would posit, but you got like 10 up to 10 meters per second or something, and then they say, okay, so throw out the assumption that that's a progression. Objectively speaking, that's a progression.
It doesn't help you because they use the wrong numbers anyways for the equation of getting the fringe shift. So if they had used like the argument is exactly opposite of what you're saying. If they had used 0 as in the Earth is not moving at all, right, they would have had an easier time measuring the fringe shift and would have gotten a larger fringe shift. But they used just the predicted orbital velocity around the sun, which isn't even the right number for what they were doing, but it's inversely proportional.
Oh, come on.
So, right, if you look into it, if they were to use 0 as in the Earth is not moving at all, it would have made the measurement of the fringe shift easier for them. They would have gotten a larger value because the velocity of the Earth is variable in the measurement. And as that decreases, the fringe shift increases. So your argument is self-defeating when you actually look into it.
Who that was addressed to. I don't think it's me because it didn't bear on what I said.
Whoever said that they should have used the Earth as, they used the Earth as moving, but they should have used it as not moving. Whoever was making that argument. It's a self-defeating argument.
Well, that was me, so sorry. I thought it was me. My point was just that they went into this assuming the ether, and to validate whether or not they believed it, validate that the Earth was revolving around the sun with the given velocity. They didn't detect the fringe shift that would be indicative of that. So then they threw out the ether after a little more steps in between.
Yeah, but it's just not true to say that the reason they performed that test was to detect if Earth was moving or not.
Experimentally validated.
What?
That they did it to experimentally validate that the Earth was moving, but they didn't. Like that isn't any of the premises in the paper published by Michelson and Morley, who actually did the experiment.
Yeah, exactly. They weren't trying to prove it to be true or not, whether or not the Earth is moving. They were trying to use the movement of the Earth to detect something else.
Yeah. There were different models and different hypotheses of the ether, and one by one, they kept getting no results through the 3 different kinds of experiments: the Michelson-Morley, the Michelson-Gale-Pearson, and there was another type that Michelson was involved in too. But they were testing all these different stationary ether versus ether drift versus ether wind, all these different models of the ether. And one by one, they kept getting no results through all these different types of experiments.
Excuse me.
So does anyone think the tested slacks were in error or invalid by the use of this logic you guys have? Or assumption that it's not able to be seen or tested for?
What isn't, Zanuck?
Oh, the test they did at SLAC where they sent that particle down the accelerator and at slow speeds, this field's size was equal. The lengths were equal. Then when they fired it down the tube at near light speed, it was like only a half meter or a meter long or something compared to the 3 mile length. It's easier to aim it. The field contracted, and they said that was due to improved and showed evidence for the special theory of relativity.
Oh yeah, there's like linear accelerators, like you said, like SLAC, but there's also like synchrotrons and cyclotrons, and like biologists and chemists make use of relativistic effects to culminate beams of electrons through magnetic fields, because they're charged particles and you're accelerating them through a magnetic field. They give off gamma rays if you accelerate them fast enough, right? And so then you can culminate that beam of, or not gamma rays, it's X-rays, culminate the beam of X-rays, send it through a crystal, be it just a organic or inorganic chemical crystal, or even like a biomolecule, like a protein or a nucleic acid, and we can use these relativistic effects to determine the structure of these large proteins and these large DNA, RNA fragments, etc.
Wow, that's a lot right there. There's so much. Everyone here talk about it do not know about even the concepts, just the basic underlying concepts, high level, let alone how this is actually used in practical applications.
Yeah, like when you say that special relativity isn't true, right? Like there's a massive trickle down effect that you're not even like aware of, that you're just disregarding.
Right. So the whole thing got started. I don't know where you joined, Jace, but it was basically an argument about theoretical physics not being real physics, just being abstractions, and in other words, just guesswork. But we build so much of our world today on the true understanding, enough understanding of quantum mechanics that it has countless practical uses in multiple fields, obviously.
Yeah, and make sure you talk with me before you leave, Zenit.
Okay,
please, buddy. Why you running away, man? What's up?
I'm not running away.
All right, well, please enlighten us, dude. Please enlighten.
I think Jace gave a good explanation of one explanation that shows our understanding and the use of the biomedical world.
Well, why do you want to pretend like? Why do you constantly pretend like there's not a preferred frame of reference?
There isn't. There never has been. Who says there is? Inertial frame.
I mean, I constantly say there is when we have to say that we, even though we call the Earth accelerating up to two skydivers on opposite sides, we know that there's a larger frame that we can prefer and understand that it is them moving towards the Earth, and we know which one is moving and which one isn't.
I don't know what that means. We talk about movement. We didn't talk about movement. We talked about acceleration. They're two different things.
I'm talking about preferring reality. One thing. So anyway, we know that you've hit this dead end before. I'd like you to address something that you said earlier today, trying to hand wave Jeremy. When he asked you about measuring this Lorentz contraction, you said that we were outside of the whatever frame. How did you say that so casually?
But there's no preferred frame, because that's not how physics works.
No. Jeremy said to you, how do we measure this contraction or whatever the phenomenon is doing? And he said, how do we measure it if we're in the same frame as it? Don't we have to be outside that frame? And you said yes, right? Well, what does that? Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, we're in a non-moving frame, and we're looking at objects in a moving frame. They're moving across our frame. And as they
why did you go ahead?
And as they approach near light speed, that whole frame contracts. That object will contract.
So you're in the frame contracting with it, aren't you?
No,
isn't your measurement device and everything?
Nope. No, you're looking. Your frame is not contracting. Your frame is, you're observing it from, and you're looking at an object moving near light speed, and that object has evidence. There's a trail of evidence behind it by telling it what's actually happening. And one of the ways they do this is by measuring electric field lines that are comprised along that direction of motion as seen by a stationary observer. And as that electron passes through the detector, and like a coil of wire, for example, it interacts with much more briefly. So they're showing that these field lines are compressed greatly.
But like this phenomenon is happening in all frames of reference, right? To all observers.
If you're
same way we are in all frames, right?
No. If you were on that particle, nothing would be. All those field lines would be extended, just like theory shows that if you're like traveling at those speeds, you would appear shorter to a non-motion or a stationary observer. So the observer would look at you, and your whole spaceship and you would be lengthwise, not widthwise, but lengthwise would be shorter, and to them you would seem larger.
That's only two frames, then.
We're looking at is the non-moving and the moving.
You can't get out. You can't get out of any frame. You're always in all of them.
Don't use my lines.
Not just two.
Don't use my lines.
But then, see, you don't like that, do you? You don't like it. That's the problem. I don't.
You are. So the answer you're looking for. I'm thanking you for bringing that up, because now you should understand what that means when I say this next thing. Yes, we are in all frames simultaneously together. We're always in all frames, but we're looking at motion from one frame to another. When we're looking at a merry-go-round, we can look at the merry-go-round from the inertial frame, meaning non-accelerating, non-rotating frame, or we can look at it from a non-inertial frame, the accelerating frame. That means we could be in a rotating frame that basically is rotating the exact same velocity or same rotational velocity as the merry-go-round. And even though we're not in the merry-go-round, we're looking at it from this accelerated frame, this rotating frame, and we see exactly what a person would see that was standing on the merry-go-round itself. And when you throw something, it will look like it takes a curved path, because the point coordinate system is the same for the person in the rotating frame, no matter where they are located, because that's the rotating frame.
Right.
And we defined it as rotating at the same rotational rate as the merry-go-round. Now, there could be other rotating frames in the universe, and we're in those frames too, by the way. But we're not looking at the merry-go-round from this frame. We're only looking at the frame that is rotating at the exact same rotational velocity as the merry-go-round. Now, there's also again, going back to the beginning. Hold on, let me just tie the knot with this. So now we can go back to the beginning with what I said. We can look at it from the inertial frame, the guy sitting on the park bench. nothing rotating, nothing accelerating. And everything, all those points around us are inertial except for this rotating frame. Or we could look at the frame that is rotating. All the points we talked about earlier, they could all be rotating around, like stars all rotating around us everywhere. The whole frame, and the center point could be the center of that merry-go-round. So you can look at motion from any frame because all points exist in all frames.
Yes, but and that means they're gonna appear. All you're gonna get it. We've gone through this at the end of the road. It's all appearance, and you know that the bigger perspective you take. Oh, we've been through this. I know you're not gonna agree, but we've anyway. You know damn well that a bigger frame gives you a more absolute picture always. So therefore, we know there could be an absolute frame. We know that your relative thing is the only little thing trying to. I know you got to say no. We know.
No, we don't know that. You say we know that. We don't know that.
Can I finish this time?
Sure.
I mean,
sure.
You know, we know the same as the example with the two guys falling to the earth, but it looks like the earth is rising. We know we could zoom out and see a larger picture and have complete information. It just appears one way. You want to have your cake and eat it too, and say it appears one way, but then it is another way. But there is no absolute frame.
Not at all. You were listening at all.
Hold up. Let me clear. Let me stop. Maybe I could take another shot at summarizing it in one sentence.
So
we try to say it appears one way. We're in all frames at all times. Well, hold up. But we say that we know that there's an objective reality. That's the issue. That's the case.
Objective reality is relative.
You can't have objective reality and then have a confused reality. That's the point.
It has to be what it is. What it is, where you're looking at it from. My objective reality is even metaphorically.
The third guy.
Can I say something real quick? Yeah. So right, like the closest thing that you could say, right, Don, from what you said, right, I would say there's something called the co-moving frame with the CMB, or the cosmic microwave background, right? You could say that's the frame where it's the large, considers basically everything in the universe, so you're going to get the largest amount of information in that frame. But that's still, there's still objectively different frames from that. Like, so there is no like universal frame as you're trying to imply.
There could be, though. I get that your theories, and you know that there could be. You know, we could be sitting in a fish tank on God's table, or we could be in a video program that whoever is looking at with the whole information, with object. You know that it could be. It's not impossible. You guys like to pose like it's impossible at times. Why? I don't know why you guys do it, but you do. And it's dishonest.
Because right now you're talking about something, I don't know, it seems like simulation theory to me. Right, like I'm not considering that. Right, I'm just considering like normal frames that we can go to. Like there's a car driving by me right now, right? I could go to his frame, he can go to my frame. Yep. There are two different frames, right? But they're both reality. Like he's not in another dimension or another universe because he's in the car. Like they're both objective reality.
Yeah,
can you go through the exercise with me then about like I'm willing to be educated on like whatever it's called, taking the sugar. But when we do the double skydiver exercise, right? Can we not come out of that and say we have a preferred frame? Like, can we not do that? Say one of them gives us more objective, real information.
No, because the reality is this: even if there was a God frame, we're in a simulation. Still, all the laws we're talking about of the frames would still be true. Just that one of them would be a preferred frame.
I get it.
Mathematically, it won't matter.
Yeah,
it
looks that way.
Let me finish.
It looks
John,
that
let me
way.
finish.
You're
John,
not addressing my question. Yes or no?
John, but it's important you understand that
no?
It doesn't matter whether there's a God frame. There's no preferred. It doesn't matter. We can do transformations of all frames to every other frame, even the God frame. It doesn't matter whether you're in a car.
No, any single frame of this falling skydiver, it is not as good as the other one. You are confused. You don't know if you're moving to
Why do
it
you care?
or it's
All
moving
you
to
care about
you,
is
it doesn't
what?
matter. Why do you listen?
Let me ask the
That's not
question.
fair. That's not fair.
Let me ask the question
Because
then.
why do you care? Because we know,
No,
even though
you
you
know
can't
that you
feel
don't
like
you don't
I'm
know
getting
you
there,
have no idea what I'm
even
even
though
going to
you
say.
got
You have no
velocity,
idea what I'm
even
going to
though
say.
it sounds like you're not moving, we know you
You
are
have
moving.
no
There is energy
idea
in
of what I'm
you.
going to say.
That's why it matters.
You
It
have no
matters
idea.
because energy's in
You
one
ha-
or the other.
Damn it,
That's
Don.
why.
You ever shut up? Don.
Objectively, the energy is in one or the other.
Does it? No, it's relative.
No.
Just like a
No.
ball sitting on a tape. Don't say no. You don't even know what you're fucking talking
I'll tell
about.
you why. Because if you were to insert a mechanism in between this falling skydiver and the Earth, you need to anticipate which one of them, which is going to be the impact side. You need to understand things like this. There is a objective frame.
No,
the
there is
more
not.
bigger you get is preferred. The more bigger one is, it gives you more information. You know it does.
It doesn't matter because all you care about is the ground and the acceleration
mattering
rate.
isn't.
John, you gotta shut up.
I'm sorry.
You gotta shut up. You just have to. 'Cause I'm gonna fucking blow my computer up.
Hey, you don't do that after 3 sorries, motherfucker. Come on
Listen.
now.
So listen, you're falling from an airplane. All you care about is your acceleration rate and your velocity and where you're gonna hit. Regardless whether there's a ledge of a mountain or you miss the ledge and hit your potential energy.
Say we're going to insert a
God damn it,
platform.
Don. Okay, you know what?
It
Sayonara.
matters.
Sayonara,
It matters.
dumb shit.
Nah, you don't care about no challenge, motherfucker. You just want to fucking preach. You're not addressing my hypotheticals ever. Hypothetically, if you're inserting something in between the two items, you want to know which one is actually moving towards the thing you inserted. I mean, come on, man. I don't give a fuck, dude. He knows he
matter.
Doesn't matter. It's like you're going, yes, Don, but like we could act like it doesn't matter in these other ways. That's what you're saying. You're going, yes, Don, but why does it matter, Don? Because of these other ways it looks the same. Because there's ways you can make it not look the same. That's the point, man. You do all these lies. You build all this. There's relativity theory based on this fact that you are allowed to trick yourself forever and just think that the floor is rising up to you. You don't get to build universal theories on that. That's dishonest. And either way, man, you said you was outside of a frame earlier, and you know you was bullshit. You ain't outside of no frame ever. So you tricked me, and I was wondering if you was going to educate me. I didn't think you would. I knew this would happen, man.
Just a fun fact, the energy is actually the time coordinate of the 4 momentum vector, which means by definition it's not a Lorentz invariant, which means it can differ between reference frames. Just a little fun fact there.
Hey, Don, is the Earth rotating? Hey, Don, is the Earth round?
Is it a linear motion?
No, actually, it's not. We detect a curved rotation. I mean, that's kind of redundant.
I mean, you got your what do you got? Your pendulums? Is that what you got?
That's the easiest, most straightforward detection. Yeah. Or we can use the Sagnick effect in 3-ring laser gyroscopes to determine fringe shift, and that determines all.
You know what I want to use? You know what I want to use to determine Earth rotation? Space cameras. Yeah. Hashtag join the movement. More cameras in space. Pan tilt zoom cameras. Please show me. Go out. Make a triangle between the Earth and the Moon and show me both of them. And I want to see a rotation. Hallelujah. Then turn around, spin, and show me the sun. You know why? Because we could do it. It takes a couple little bursts of whatever energy. Move your little thing around. Show me more space. Until space is documented to the extent of oceanic exploration, photography, and footage, you ain't got shit, dude. That's all you need to do. You got so much stuff, so much money up there. Show it and prove it, dude. Stop this fairy tale fucking fantasy bullshit. Join the movement. Cameras in space. Thank you.
You see the ISS at 250 miles high. You see airplanes at 30,000 feet. You see our telecommunications work over thousands of miles, bounce signals off satellites and fire those to people, thousands of miles away around the world.
I want 10,000 more Voyagers. 10,000 Voyagers. Let's go.
And I want it now, Daddy.
Motherfucker, give me the fucking golden egg now. No, I want the whole goose, motherfucker. I mean, what's funny is it's like science gets to want the golden egg. You know what I'm saying? They just do. So sorry.
Oh my god.
Only thing we know is Xanet, we can look more into pendulums together some other time. I think I should say I'll show you some patterns on some pizza patterns another time, buddy. Yeah, I also don't like that you say time dilates because of being near a mass. We know damn well it's an energy differential for whatever reason, multiple reasons. And you know damn well that we've debunked the first Galilean principle all the time, and you just ignore this stuff and just parrot the shit, the narrative you know is dying.
Is that what Zanuck does?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Did you hear Don?
Not really. I kind of tuned out for a bit.
Repeat yourself, Don.
Don, here and present.
We know that the time dilate thing is just energy differentials, man. State, change in the inertial state.
Oh my God, you've been hitting around. You haven't even been paying
For
attention.
whatever reason.
What do you mean by change of inertial state? What does that even mean?
The time dilation thing. You can change the state of any item, and that will make the quote unquote time dilate for whatever reason you're doing it. It's not just fucking gravity.
Show me an experiment that concept to be true. Show me something where you actually change an energy state and you can see that.
I mean, you can extrapolate the same thing from the EPOS type experiments. I mean, you don't just have to say there's multiple attributes that are, overlapping at play there. That, you know what I mean? All those variables attribute.
Well, I don't know what you mean, and you're not making any sense to anybody, but not even
You can apply it to any model. You could say, okay, it's Earth rotating, and your boom boom.
There is such a thing as a
your
frame
weight
drive.
weight's changing but you can also say, oh well, I'm having a total different speed in the instances, and then you can say, or I'm just on a flat Earth, and same thing, I'm having total different speed, or I'm my altitude is different, I'm having different gravity. Like, I mean, Zenik, it's not just mass being near mass that makes.
You're not even making any sense. You're saying.
It's not mass that causes time dilation. Is he breaking up for anyone else?
Yeah, you bring it for me too. What doesn't? Yeah, doesn't larger the mass, or there is a more time dilation. Virtual relativity say that.
Yeah, mass can be a variable in it, and gravitational fields and stuff, but it's just due because the ds squared, or the space-time interval, is invariant. So if you have two reference frames, right, and you plot out like their movement in each reference frame, they have different motions, right? So, but they both have the same ds squared value. So say it's 10. So one frame can have 6 units of space and 4 units of time, whereas the other frame has 4 units of space and 6 units of time. So added together, space and time, they still equal 10. The ds squared value is invariant between the frames, but within each frame, they can have different values measured for their spatial and temporal coordinates, and thus time dilation arises from that.
Yeah.
Same with length contraction.
Yeah, but I mean, we know how it actually manifests. The reality, the phenomenon that they're saying is manifest, which you're deriving all that from. And I'm sorry, like, I'm back to like 3 bar now, whatever. It cut you out there for a minute. It really cut out the first part of what you said, but I mean, I think I know what you're getting. You're giving me the stuff they've already given me before, Jace.
What are you trying to find out? What are you objecting? Trying to tell us? learn something new. That
Okay. Can I tell you? Okay. You know how that they've shown time dilation from just having something at a different altitude in a lab. They've had certain particles at one altitude and then another altitude. Assumed it's a different gravity variable or whatever term, gravity, whatever magnitude, whatever the fuck I'm supposed to say here, right? And then therefore time dilation, right? Am I like the phenomenon has happened? The little thing has moved at different amounts or whatever. It's done hit the sensor, different things because they've had an altitude different.
Did the altitude would cause the time dilation in that model? Do you even understand what
Right,
they're saying?
and they're saying it's because
hold
of
on,
circumference.
hold on.
Circumference, area
hold
for the
on.
mass. Okay, go
Hold on. Is it a distance from the center of the Earth? Is it a gravitational issue? Hold on, or is it a velocity from away from or toward the observer?
Right.
Which is it?
All that shit, bro. It's all that shit.
It's all that shit.
What have you isolated, man? This is what I'm saying. Talk about what you've actually isolated. You see this dilation manifest in multiple scenarios. This was the first one we're going to talk about, right? How you isolate there. Then you have other scenarios. You have twin paradox scenario. You have east-west on Earth flying scenario. You have all these scenarios.
Let's talk about the
and
twin
they're all
paradox
going
scenario.
to. You know it's no. Come on.
I know what it is. So we're gonna leave. You and I are twins.
You know what it is.
One of us.
Let's talk.
One of us
Let's
leaves.
talk. No. Let's talk about if the guy comes back. When he comes back, and he's back here. Which frame is it then? Is it preferred? Do they both transform into each other's? See, this is the practicality you lemmings want to ignore. The manifest into reality.
You're not making any sense.
Well, what does dilation equal when the twin comes back? And you're like, oh, it's different. He's different. Okay, well, which one was it then?
His time slowed down.
Well, it's different.
So
You're back. He's back in it. It's not his anymore.
Hold on. Okay, Don, seriously, come on. You know the drill. He leaves. Time for him slows down. He goes away for what he thinks is a year. Comes back, and 50 years have passed. And his twin is now 50 years older, and he's only a year older. That's basically what they're saying.
Damn, Don, you're breaking up.
Okay.
Man. The twin paradox really isn't a paradox unless you turn it into something that's like not realistic, right? If you have people, that are in spaceships that can feel accelerations, then the answer is very simple. It's just the person who is in the spaceship traveling and has to turn around feels an acceleration from the rockets firing. But some people want to remove all that and make it unrealistic, like it's just these two particles in a box with no rockets or anything, but somehow it can go out and turn around and all that. But then that's not reality. There aren't particles that can move without accelerations and stuff. So, right, like if you boil it down to something unrealistic, then yeah, there's ways to make it unresolvable. But if you keep it in the realm of reality, which is what physics is supposed to be, then it's really easy to resolve the twin paradox.
The whole trick is
I guess I've always agreed with you. It's good to hear somebody else understand. I've not heard many people agree with that, man.
The whole trick is slowing down, right? You go out, you try to accelerate out to light speed, then you have to decelerate, slow down, stop, turn around, then come back. Suddenly the paradox is saying it.
Well, Jace, I don't know if I'm seeing the turnaround, what, the immediate resolve. Like you turn around, you're saying you can be privy to the information of all the frames. Is that like what you're saying? Is that why you can resolve it? Because you have all the information. You have to lock yourself into one situation. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know if I understood completely how you were saying it.
Well, I'm saying
Shouldn't we have to be saying something similar, right? Because I don't know any other way to see it, but you can always solve all the information. That's it. There's no paradox.
Yeah, I'm saying if you're doing the scenario with two human beings, one is on the Earth, one is in the spaceship, right? People like to say it's a paradox because you can just say that the Earth-bound twin is the one moving and turning around and stuff. But in reality, human beings can feel when a rocket is blasting. So right, the original person takes off in the rocket, they're going constant speed, but in order to turn around, they have to fire the boosters, the person in the spaceship, and you would feel that as a human, right? So that breaks the symmetry. Some people like to boil it down, though. They want to remove human beings. They want to remove the rocket ships entirely and just say it's some kind of particle that's in some kind of box that can move and it can turn around without, firing rockets and stuff. And yeah, then when you remove that acceleration that a human can feel, then yes, then it becomes paradoxical. But that's not reality. that
Okay.
can't happen.
I get you. So you're actually first point about the awareness that cuts it off like way before my point, and I appreciate that. I think the point I'm kind of trying to address is now this second part where you're saying where it's like, okay, it does present a paradox where like, okay, like whatever they experience time, these particles experience time differently, and so they don't. You could say you don't know what was happening to either one, but I think at the end of the day, isn't it just fair to say whenever they can be measured versus each other, they know that they have a difference. That's it. So they know, there had to be a difference in energy in them based on. Well, I guess. See, my point comes back to this: based on humans having done experiments that's collected this phenomenon. It's like I don't think it's a reification. I think it's like I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say what I'm seeing right here because I just never saw it as a paradox. I just saw it like if you know that you can affect material in operate. Now I don't know, man. I just don't get it. I don't know how they stated as a paradox ever. I just don't get it.
Well, they do it, right? This is what they do, right? This is the trickiness that comes in. And I've seen people like the YouTube channel Dialect do this in their explanations, and I've even seen physics papers do this in their explanations. What they do is they say you have one particle in one box, one particle in another box. There's no Earth, there's no stars, there's nothing else in the universe. You just have two particles in two different boxes. So one of them starts moving away from the other and the other stays stationary, right? And then in that framework, right, you can switch in between frames, and in one frame you'll get that the let's say box in the box's A's frame, you'll get that box B should be younger when they come back together. But in box B's frame, you get that box A should be younger when they come back together.
Okay. Right, but then it's like, don't they get to ever come back, and then you kind of will, they'll be there and go, hey, I'm this one and I'm that, I'm this much and I'm that much, and one's more than the other. Don't they get to know at the end? That's what I just don't understand this at all. I do not. It's that's what the paradox to me is. How it's a paradox, man. I just don't get it, bro.
Well, it's because from, like, say in the situation I just described, you're in boxes A's frame, you see box B go out and come back, and it appears to you that you were stationary the whole time. So box B, you do the calculations. Box B is younger than you by, let's say, 10 years, right? But then you do the same scenario from box B's frame, and according to relativity, you can say that box A was the one that went out and came back, and box B was stationary. And so he does the calculation for box A, and he gets that box A should be 5 years younger than him. Well, they can't both be younger than each other, so it creates a paradox. But the paradox, in my opinion, right, there's still a lot of debate about this. The paradox is arising in that situation due to the unrealistic situation that it is when you start adding actual physical reality back into the scenario with people in spaceships that have to fire the rocket boosters to turn around and stuff. All of the paradoxical stuff goes away when you do that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, and I think it kind of goes away by just the measure of comparison whenever they come back together. You know, like if you could apply it for a particle, isn't there a way to say the particle's older or younger or something? Like if something else to be decayed faster, something else to be grown more, like aged more, something like, isn't that how it gets applied to like if the twin goes out and comes back, even if they was both asleep or unconscious or something, ain't you going to get to look at them and see that one is older than the other? Am I off base here?
He just got done telling you, if you make it realistic, where you actually have to take off, accelerate, get to light speed, decelerate, stop, turn around, accelerate again, then there's no difference in that clock.
Zanuck, yes or no, am I off base? Does this not seem realistic that you could bring them back together and compare them versus each other?
No, they're not going to be any difference for all the reasons that Jace just mentioned.
So there won't have any difference, even though we know when different amounts of energies on things, one, the bing, bing, bang, and all this and that, man. Come on, dude. You know damn well that with different energy, something's going to decay at a different rate.
Well, hang on. Let me clarify. Adding back in the aspects of reality of the person in the spaceship having to fire the rockets and turn around and fire the rockets and stuff, that breaks the symmetry between the two frames. There's different ways of saying this, but you could say that it's due to the acceleration. You could say that it's due to a transformable gravitational field that arises, which is the explanation Einstein gave. So there's different ways of doing it, but the core thing is that the symmetry is broken, and that it's clear that the person in the spaceship, the person B or whatever, Bob, if you want to call him Bob, is the one that accelerated, and thus he's the one, or his frame is the one with the broken symmetry. Thus he's going to be the younger one when you add in the aspects of reality. There is no paradox that Alice on the Earth should be younger from Bob's frame. All that
I get it.
goes away.
Maybe my scenario is like not accepted because it's like it's too loose. It's not like you could always tell or always measure or something, or the aging is slight or whatever. So I guess that's why. Yeah, just like your point about the consciousness or whatever, that does seem a stronger point. That's what I've always thought too. But whatever, man. Yeah, I don't know. You see, Zanuck?
Yeah, with the aspects of reality added in my humble opinion, it's the person on the spaceship that is going to be the younger one, and the symmetry of their frame is broken, thus they don't make any prediction that the person on the Earth should be the younger one. With their symmetry broken in their frame, they get that the person on the Earth from their frame should be older than them, and by the same amount that the person on the Earth predicts that that Bob should be younger than them. The answers match. There's no paradox, but that is the one caveat to that, is that that is dependent on the current view that isn't 100% confirmed that acceleration is a special kind of motion, right? So if we come to find out that acceleration isn't some kind of special motion, then the paradox could come back into play.
Understood. But you do respect my point then about saying the variables haven't been isolated, and there is acceleration or whatever is still involved in this. There's multiple variables, still gravities, acceleration.
Yeah,
Maybe. Am I off? Okay.
There's a couple of variables involved.
All right. I didn't look into it being back paradox again with the other thing space. So I appreciate that there at the end too.
Yeah, there's a hypothesis in physics that, acceleration is an absolute type of motion, and it's basically stands still because no one's been able to, prove it wrong, but you also can't really prove it 100% correct either. Einstein thought he was showing that acceleration is not absolute. He thought that he aimed at relativity because he thought he was proving the principle of relativity, which would have made all motion relative, be it just speed or just velocity and acceleration as well. But it was actually shown to him by people like Rendler and Cartan in about 1920, 1921, that he actually didn't prove the principle of relativity, but what he really proved was the principle of covariance, which is slightly different, which means he didn't show that acceleration is an absolute, or that acceleration is a relative type of motion, and he accepted that. He accepted that these people had shown that he was wrong about what he thought he was proving with relativity.
Is that how it stands?
Yeah, that's how it currently stands.
And when you're saying relative type of motion, meaning the one acceleration can have energy in it different from it, not right, like different from the inert state or whatever, or like, is that what we're saying? Like kind of the issue I was on earlier, if maybe way before you came, but like, is that what we're saying when you're saying it's not a special type of motion?
Like, it just means like you can make inertial frames relative to each other and stuff, but you can't necessarily do that with accelerated frames.
Okay, because I'm trying to say, Jace, and maybe you can help me say it better, or just tell me I'm wrong. That like, even though you get these special relativistic effects, like, you know, free falling or whatever type of situations, like, there still is something special of the thing actually falling compared to if it wasn't. Right? Like, it has more energy in it.
Well, right, the current kind of thing with relativity is that something free falling is really just on a geodesic, which means it's not accelerating or anything. It's just going at a constant motion, at just the motion that it would go at if it was just, you know, you just pushed it in empty space. You just pushed a tennis ball. It would just continue. It would reach a constant velocity in a specific direction, and it would just
Right. And same thing.
continue. Right, that's what
Like,
relativity is saying. A tennis ball falling to the earth is in that state while it's falling. But when it hits the earth, it's being accelerated by the ground because the earth is moving.
For sure. But you know that you can, like, interfere in between and both would be the same though, I'm saying, but in both scenarios, wherever you have the constant motion or whatever, isn't there still something more in that matter than, like, even though you didn't put more matter in it, isn't there more energy in it? Doesn't the total system have more stuff, or no? Is it?
Yeah, the energy is dependent on the, like I said before, it's dependent on the momentum, which means it's also dependent on the velocity. Right, so energy is equal. It's the time component of the momentum 4 vector, right? And so that means that it's a scalar. It can change between reference frames. So if you're in the frame of the ball falling down to the earth, right, you'll have a different amount of energy than the frame of the earth with the ball, you know, on the ground connected to it, right? There'll be different amounts of energy in those two frames.
Like, the ball knows it's going to get smashed to shit, and the earth knows it's just going to get dinged? Or no, is that not what you're saying?
Well, if the ball is like a glass ball, then yeah, the impact when the two surfaces, but that's due, right, the ball will smash because when the electrons from the ground and the ball, the glass ball, come into such close contact when they impact each other, there's a lot of energy in that, in the electromagnetic force, and it'll break the ball, the glass ball.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't have to be specific. I guess I'm just saying, like, mass matters to each other. But anyway, man, yeah, I really push for a preferred frame, Jace. We do scenarios like with the double skydivers and whatnot, and twin paradox, and whatever, man. Or God's fish tank to me, you know, simulation, whatever, however you can do it. But then also, I find, you know, I need to learn more, or there's standing issues with, you know, things like conservation of momentum and stuff, and you know, photons and subatomic particles and whatnot. Yeah, just it's some interesting stuff out there, man. You know, I try to challenge that the first principle, and I really feel like it's weird. I feel like laser beams shooting straight and not being, like, drugged behind due to Earth's rotation or orbit or galactic motion. I think it's very interesting. You know, it's just very interesting, and I get that it's like lighting up the particles here that we have in our atmosphere, but it's like, I think hypothetically, you know, we're saying the laser beam might be doing the same thing in a vacuum, but maybe not. I need to learn more about it, maybe, you know? So. You should think about that sometimes, man, about, like, you know, us leading. You're not, you know, I thought Einstein said we can't lead or drag the speed of light. Like, it's going to be that constant regardless in all frames. And then this the thing, whoever bring up, you know, Alan been bringing up the Wang thing, you know, about the linear motion, and I don't know, man. It's very interesting, dude.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, you know, a lot of interesting stuff, a lot to it.
And I mean, I don't know. It just seems like all these points, a lot of these points, except a lot of these points kind of be like, man, maybe that could, it could, this could be open to a couple maps. This could be open to a couple maps, but then we still, there's no other map yet, you know what I'm saying? But it does feel like we're kind of told a lot. The map has to be what it is because of a lot of reasons. But I mean, it's weird that it's a mix, man. It's weird that some cool map conspiracy will bring you to challenging, like, standard narratives of what's taught in grade schools. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and people take it so serious. Whoa, I don't want my kid thinking their balls out there. If it's just not balls, like, okay, yeah. But I want them to get in. I think sometimes if it's told it's all done and all solved, it's like it can keep people from not getting in it. And I really, Jace, I really want more cameras in space, man. Join the movement. Thank you.
I hear you, man. I hear you. What's the map conspiracy?
Just the flat Earth thing, man. The flat, flat Earth map. Man, that's the coolest conspiracy I've ever heard of. Maybe it was to, like, chill people out from, like, the other deadly ones where people are, like, involved in dying. Like, some of people dying, you know? Like, maybe this was it's something to make people, just talk about. You know what I mean? Science. Who knows? Maybe it's like, oh, what is that?
The crazy thing is, right, when you're actually doing cartography and making maps and stuff, right? Like, you have to convert, like, depending on which you're starting with, whether you're starting with measurements of the surface or your grid on the flat map, right? You have to interconvert between the Pythagorean theorem for distances and the law of cosines, right? And so that's like a big clue as to what's going on, right? If the Earth was just flat, you should be able to use the Pythagorean theorem on both your measurements of the surface and your flat map grid scale that you're making. You shouldn't have to convert between the two. There shouldn't be that kind of distortion.
Wait, what? You're saying if the Earth was flat and they made it to a globe, you'd be able to take it right back apart or something? What are you saying?
No, the opposite. If it was flat, you should be able to just use the Pythagorean theorem in your measurements and also use it on your map, your grid scale, right? But in reality,
But what measurements? Just like like land measurement or like sky to the sky reference?
Distance measurements.
Do they measure big enough portions at a time to like? I mean,
Yeah,
okay.
cartographers have to convert between the Pythagorean theorem and the law of cosines, right? Usually they use the Pythagorean theorem for the map, for the flat piece of paper, and the law of cosines for the surface of the earth. Because if you don't do that, even if you're just measuring 100 feet at a time, right, they'll become a distance at which those 100 feet have added up, that your distance on the ground and your distance on your map, your piece of paper, are off because the ground isn't flat, right? It's showing you that the ground's
You're
not
saying
flat.
you're just saying in real world, this is why you've seen like but like how have you witnessed this?
It's done when you're trying to make maps. Like, say you're trying to map the distance from point A to point E or whatever, right? If that's a large enough distance on the Earth, right, there'll come a point where the distance on
You got
your
to put in the
map,
curve. You're saying like
you have to change the scale, basically, because the scale on your map is relative to the Pythagorean theorem, and the scale on the Earth isn't. It's relative to the law of cosines over a large enough distance, right? I'm not
because of the
saying,
curve, because of sphericity, right? You're saying.
yeah, that would be the logical conclusion.
Okay, I guess I'm saying I'm just not privy enough to how you hold that confidence. I don't know. You're saying, oh, they do. Are we saying they do it all the time, and we see that it matches this, and like this, like it's over my head. This over my head. Sorry. Or it's not.
Yeah, it's what cartographers do, right? When they'll have surveyors do measurements of the land or whatever, right? And then they make maps out of that. And if the maps are big enough, right, the actual original measurements will be in a coordinate system that is relative to either the Pythagorean theorem or the law of cosines. But the map, or the other, if you start with the measurements of the surface, then the map will be the opposite. If you started with the Pythagorean theorem on the surface, the map will be relative to the law of cosines. Because if you kept it in the Pythagorean theorem system, the distances, the scale on your map, your piece of paper, would be incorrect. And it's due to the metric and stuff of the earth and of the map that you're making, but trying to keep it simple.
Right. I've always tried to think about this, about how they could be like, okay, just doing the land portions, and then curving the flat piece, and then therefore really though it would just be this elevation that wasn't there, and then they're not doing the oceans, and then there's other land. Like, I mean, have you ever tried to exercise like what could be the actual transform that was done? Like, it's so hard to think about, and I get the point you're making. I just I've heard the surveyors challenge so much, like people say, yep, they do exactly what Jace is saying, and they do this, and then they use the system, and then look, it matches. I don't know how it actually is validated to quote match. You know what I mean? Like, I get that. Oh well, maps work and distances work and everything, travel works. I think that's the kind of the point. After they do this thing, and I mean, I get it, man. It's just a lot. It's a lot to think about. you know. But this is obviously the main point. It's the map. Trust me. That's why I said map. This is the main point. Yo, the map stands until there's a new map. Straight up.
Well, surveying, right, is I mean, there's overlap, but surveying can be different than actual cartography, right? But what I'm referring to is the distances, right? So if you use the Pythagorean theorem to measure out a distance on your map, your flat map, your two-dimensional projection map, right, you'll get a distance from point A to point B,
like 10.
right?
Yeah, we'll get 10.
Yeah.
We'll get 10.
And then if you measure that distance on the surface of the Earth using the Pythagorean theorem again, it has to be a considerable distance. If you're just measuring, 5 feet, then yeah, it's going to match. There has to be a considerable distance.
Right. We need degrees of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, there will be a distance at which the distance on the ground from point A to point B will be different than the distance on your map from point A to point B, if you're using the law of cosines for both or the Pythagorean theorem for both. You have to use one for one and the other for the other in order to have accuracy.
Right, because you're saying because of the hump of the Earth. Is that why you're saying basically?
Yeah, that would be the conclusion, right? Because any other kind of map making that you'll do, the only reason why you would interconvert in between these two things, like in diffraction, crystallography, when you're making the reciprocal crystal compared to the 3D crystal, right? The only reason you would convert in between, and that I actually am familiar with. That's kind of what I do a lot. But nonetheless, the only reason you would convert from the law of cosines to the Pythagorean theorem, or vice versa, is if one of the shapes is different from the other. If they're not the same shape. If they're the same shape, then you can just use the same basis, the same metric. But if they're not the same shape, then you have to change your metric, and that is where the different formulas come in.
I get you. I kind of always assumed kind of like, this might sound dumb, but kind of like a meniscus of water over a glass, right? It just like curve. It might not be a 360. I don't press a meniscus to a 360. What's the biggest angle you can get from a meniscus? Anyway, just kind of like a meniscus, right? Where you're gonna have that extra distance from straight across. You have the curve of the Earth potentially, and you also have like the land. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah. I'm talking about when you consider.
Curve. Right. So
I'm talking about
I kind of play with. Oh, I understand, dude. I understand the map. I'm not just
consider the land. Yeah, you're taking into account land.
I know you're minusing the topography. I know you're minusing it out. I guess it's like, but what if on flat land, like there's still just enough of a meniscus that it like we're saying, you need a big enough portion too. Like these continents, they're only 15 degrees at the ball or something. How many degrees? Maybe these possible topographies are hiding, that conversion, Jason. Maybe it sounds crazy, but that's just a thought I had. I wanted to share it.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and there's ways people try to explain it away with optical and refractive effects, but right, what doesn't make sense to me with those arguments, and even with what you said, is right that it would have to be exactly this conversion factor, no matter the effect, whether it's refraction, diffraction, scattering, opacity of the atmosphere, attenuation of the atmosphere, a meniscus. It would have to be, and it doesn't matter the distance either, right? For any distance, it would always have to be the same exact magnitude of effect. And of course, that's just not what you see. Like refraction changes all the time. So, like right there, just shoots that whole thing right in the foot, because the conversion between the Pythagorean theorem and the law of cosines happens at there's a specific conversion factor for that, and it doesn't change. That never changes. It's one thing, and it stays one thing.
Right. Do you think there was some not like just profit, super or baby level, any level corporation that rolled out Flat Earth? Why do you think Flat Earth seemed like it got rolled out?
Well, it's
Who
been
you think
around.
did it and why?
It's been around for a long time, Don. Right? Originally people thought the Earth was flat. There was the Robotham and that whole gang in like the 1800s or whatever, and there's been people.
You don't think it was a YouTube? You don't think it was a YouTube sponsored event?
Well, I think people like Dubay and others started making those videos, and they were pretty successful on YouTube. And so at first, YouTube was kind of promoting them because it was making them money. YouTube's a business; they're trying to make money, right? And so they showed it off to more and more people, and it was popular for a long time.
And Dubay's a cool ass dude, man. I mean, it takes a lot of shit to make music videos and shit like all that. That's some cool shit, man. I mean, like, you think that shit was organic though? You think it's just how big you think Dubay's company is? Who you think he's tied with?
Well, I heard that he lives in Thailand or something. So
Pretty interesting, yeah. Who knows, man? Is this just the product of a few artists?
no, I think it's the. You broke up a little there.
The hype, you think the product of few artists or few organic artists? The hype, you know what I mean? Like the virality.
Yeah, I think it was a mixture of things. I think some people truly believed it. There were some, kind of con men in there who saw a chance they saw this thing blowing up on YouTube and a chance to make some money off of it. A mixture of the two, along with just regular human psychology.
Yeah. I'm like, I can tell people aren't really that scared anymore, and if they want another map, they can make it. Hands across the world.
Well, I've done some of the work. I've gone into the state coordinate systems, right, and gotten the coordinates for what the state surveyors. They usually have a database or some place you can go where you can download the coordinates for each state in America, and that's where I kept running into that problem where the scale on my map was getting way off from the actual distances on the ground. And so I started looking into why is this happening when I was trying to make these maps. And from the coordinates that were in the databases, those distances were becoming way different than the distances on the map that I was making. And that's when I figured out it's because the metric for the Earth and the metric for a two-dimensional map a flat map are different.
Right, left, right, north, south is going to be scrunched or whatever. But yeah, Oh yeah, I feel you, man, and that's why the best thing to do, man. Like I don't know, I don't want to mean best thing to do. Do you ever you've looked at land surveys? Have you ever looked at like the satellite surveys? Like wouldn't it be great if we could actually see the network up there, how they reference each other? Like imagine just you know, like buoys, like a buoy show. You know what I mean? Like there's a buoy show of satellites, just a shell of satellites. You know what I mean? That could be like, they could be markers, and we could see if they really are telling each other um, their relation to each other, and then that would tell us, where their reference points would be, in reference to how they would be referenced to ground points, ground positions, and then we could, tag, like, communicate with them ourselves and like validate. Oh, this one says it's here, this one's there. These are type of things to me where I know I end up sounding crazy, or people are going to call me greedy all the time or stupid. But it's like I hear these pieces of information that people say they can do. Like I can use my phone and ping a satellite, or we can go in and see the whole GPS system or whatever. And it's like, really? Well, then just feed these people here, man. Like feed it. Where is the information? But I know it's harder than than what I'm saying. But it just seems like nobody. People like you're never going to be satisfied. No, people will be satisfied when you can do like actual complete endeavors like this. When you can actually completely, do expeditions in space with cameras that are on and don't just they're not on, then all of a sudden they're locked on to this little, not moving but moving orbiting item around them. Like it's every time the same like. Come on, bro. Let's see more organic shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you. I wouldn't mind some more space stuff like you guys want. I'm not gonna, say they shouldn't do it, but it's on them.
Yeah, I get that, in time or the money or whatever, that they need to focus. Everybody knows this. But man, I'm telling you, man, when you see certain people just be like against you when you say things like this, is so weird to me. So weird. You'll see it. I'm like, okay, man. It, it only makes me want to be more of a conspiracy theorist. Is what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? You should be like being nice to people and being as open and transparent as possible. Usually, is very good diplomacy. Like, keep your enemies close. You have to let them get to you. I mean, just like nice. They're all day screaming, making chase. It's craziness. It's debating for me.
Am I the only one who Dawn is roboting for?
No, he's roboting for me too.
Dawn, buddy, you were roboting real hard there for the last maybe minute and a half.
Who was that that just talked last? Not Don, but the other guy.
Who, me?
Yes.
Incarnation.
You kind of sound like Professor Parks. Thought you were him, but never mind.
No, unfortunately, I'm no professor, nor am I a Parks.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
Is this coming through?
Yeah, you're better.
I mean, it's in and out, man. I'm crossing more lines, but thanks, Chase, man. I'll heard
Yeah, no problem.
Look now, you got look, man. You're the only one I've ever heard stand with me on the little twin paradox thing, man. We gotta keep it real on that now.
Yeah, I mean, I have my views on the twin paradox, but like, right? I used to have a little bit different of a viewpoint, and then I watched some dude on YouTube called Dialect, and he also referenced some papers that I went and read, and I was just like, you know, when you take reality out of this, like, yeah, of course it becomes paradoxical. When you remove all of the aspects of reality, it becomes paradoxical, right? And that's what I saw them all doing. It's like, well, you remove the two objects from, they're not humans anymore, so they can't sense things. they're not in a spaceship, so they can't fire any rockets. And it's like, well, yeah, when you remove all of the real aspects of how this would actually be done in an experiment, you're like changing the whole thing.
Yeah. When do you think in physics when they say younger, does that mean the other one will like fall apart first? Like decay first and all four, like what do they actually mean when they kind of say younger? They mean like as less time has hit it, like it's, you know what I mean? Like it's had energy restricting it more from like what, like I've always had a hard time comprehending that totally, I think.
Right. So what they mean is, let's just go with the normal situation, right? You're starting, you have Alice and Bob, they're both on the Earth. Bob is in a spaceship, right? This is one space-time event, right? Then Bob takes off in his spaceship, he goes to some other galaxy or whatever, turns around and comes back to the Earth. Now that is a second space-time event where they meet back up. And now what they're saying is Bob is that when you're moving and when you have velocity and acceleration, things like that, or the amount of the time coordinates that you have traveled through is less than the person that has stayed on the Earth, right? They're both at the same space-time location at the beginning and at the end, but the amount of space and the amount of time that each has traveled through to get to that end point, that end event, is different.
Yeah, for whatever reason, and then it's like it's manifest because one will be like an old man, one theoretically could be an old man and one could be a young kid, right?
Yeah, they're saying like one will have only aged, 5 years while the other aged 10 or whatever.
Right. And so that's like, again, see, that's my point where there's another way you would be able to like tell because you could see at the end. Right. I get that the hypothetical is like, oh, well, while approaching, we won't know until we actually look, collapse away, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, just say, okay, so now here was the deeper part of this rehash question here, Jason, is when we're talking about humans, for whatever reason it happened or whatever, coordinates, and one is older, one is younger. But when we talk about like a particle, right? What does it mean for one particle to be older or younger? I get that, yeah, one would have went through different time coordinates or whatever, but how would it manifest in reality? Like, what would it look like practically?
Well, yeah, that's the thing for like an electron. There won't be any like difference in how they look. But the paradox is not talking where the paradox comes in is the prediction that each will make, the prediction that the other reference frame, the person or the particle in the other reference frame, will have experienced less time. It's not necessarily
before they get back together,
younger or older. All right, it's just about the prediction that's being made.
I got you. I just see that to me is like, it's also stupid. It's like, okay, so yeah, you have, it's the same freaking thing as the double falling skydivers. You know what I mean? To me, it's just the same thing. There's just so many ways to me that isn't it called collapse the wave when you take away, the point, right? You take away the probabilities and you look at the actual answer. There's so many different ways to do it. It always happens. It's always happening in all frames.
Well, they're saying, right, that when you do it with, say, you remove everything from the universe, you remove the Earth, you just have two particles, one in each box. You send one to bring it back using electrons, right? You can't see which one is younger. So, and both of the predictions predict that the other should be younger. So they're saying that that's a paradox, right? Because how do you know which one is younger, which one traveled through less time?
And they're just saying which one would have traveled through less time. But is there an actual manifest how energy particles have an age? Like, is that a thing?
Well, particles with mass, right, are not traveling at the speed of light through space, which means they are traveling through time. And that means that they can decay, most of them, if they have enough mass that they can decay into another particle that's lighter, then they can decay. So it's the fact that they're not traveling at like the speed of light, so they do experience time, which means eventually they will decay if they have enough energy or mass to decay into another particle.
I hear somebody clicking. If you want to get in, just come on in. I hope I'm not roboting. Yeah, man, it's interesting to think of particle decaying and then decaying into something else. It's like I know that we've done things. Have we ever just? No, it's never. We've never just witnessed this stuff decaying on its own, right? We've always had to do something to it.
No, you can witness radioactive. Some atoms are just, or some isotopes are just radioactive. They decay naturally. They have a half life. So, right, if you have like 20 atoms of some radioactive isotope and its half life is 20 minutes, after 20 minutes you'll have 10 atoms left, and they'll have the other 10 will have decayed, and you won't have to do anything. You won't have to do anything to cause that decay. It'll just happen and you can observe it.
And do they just? But I'm saying, are they just assume like they just go photons and heat and energy out of forever? Or is there other little pieces that's it? Is whatever it goes like straight up into light, or what is it?
Well, it depends, right? You have to figure out what kind of decay is happening. Some nuclei, like uranium and plutonium stuff, will fission, right? So they'll split into smaller atoms, and they'll give off photons and alpha particles, which are helium nuclei, in that process. Some isotopes will decay by just releasing an alpha particle, which is just a helium nucleus. Some will decay by releasing a beta particle, which is just an electron.
The electron, right? So that's why. Go ahead.
Some will decay by just releasing a photon. There's different kinds of decay.
Right, and I'm so sorry that I hope it's like I need to play the challenger role, but also I'm completely naive, right? I mean, is there, I know a little bit, like, but is there any complete? That's what I'm saying. Into like the one thing that y'all call massless at this point, isn't it just the photon or neutral? Like, is there any complete decay into just total massless things? Because some of these other things have a little bit of mass, right? Some of these other atomic type particles, right? And how do we know it's not just this stuff? Is it just decaying into like a lighter element or something? Is there any complete decay? And please excuse my imbecility beginnings.
No, you're good. Some of them do decay into lighter elements, right? Like people do radiometric dating. That's typically like uranium lead dating or potassium argon. So it's one element decaying into another lighter element. But there's it's really dependent on what isotope is decaying and what the next stable energy state will dictate what kind of decay it goes through. And like hydrogen's the smallest
Okay.
atom, and
So yeah,
nothing
that's what we
decays.
does that one do? What does that one do?
Nothing decays into hydrogen. Like alpha particles or helium nuclei are the lightest element that a decay will release. But hydrogen
Okay,
is
so what
stable.
are those small ones? What are the small ones? Oh, they never, like, see, this is what I mean. Like, you know what I'm saying? Is there any complete, like, you have something out there and you're like, okay, it completely vanishes into just pure energy.
Well, some things will, like, some isotopes are in an excited state, it's called. You can excite the isotope. And so it's not really decaying, but it will release gamma rays, photons of gamma ray energy, right? And those, they just go off, until they're absorbed by something, or they'll just go off forever, right? They're just photons, they're just little packets of energy.
And you can completely annihilate something like that?
Well, it's not annihilating. It's like taking a nucleus, exciting it to a higher energy state, and then when it comes back down to the ground state, it releases gamma rays in order to do that.
Okay.
So
it's like
it's
holding what you put in it and then releasing what you put in it. But I'm saying you can't
you can
yeah, I mean, I'll look more into this stuff.
You can annihilate in the way that you're talking about matter and antimatter. So you can take an electron and a positron and you can annihilate those two into, now the energy doesn't just disappear, they annihilate into a photon or two photons. And you can do that with quarks and antiquarks, right? But the energy doesn't ever totally disappear, though. It'll always end up as a photon, basically.
I mean, yeah, I got to look more into it. I got to get sold on photons being actual items, instead of other material, or, man, it's the breaking apart of the, hey, man, you know what I mean? Just the mixing of all the material. Hey, man, I know you're in it, but I'll look more into it, Jace. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem.
Energy states and such. Yes, yes. This part, you know what's pretty cool though? The electron, the neutron, and I've looked into the etymology of some of these suffixes. But yeah, there's but it's mostly the on, not these whatever you call it. Anyway, then there's the proton. There's all the suffixes of the little whatever, and who knows? Maybe one day we'll get them all kind of. We'll modernize it. We'll redo it, and it'll line up all the levels of everything, just based off of the verbiage.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, right? Like, they already redid it. That's the thing people don't realize, right? Like, they had this completely different idea from like the ancient Greek times, that they built upon it a little bit about atomos, where the word atom comes from, that it was indivisible pieces of matter, etc. Right? So they had like this idea of it, and some people thought they were like little tennis balls. Some people thought they were waves, right? And then the experiments of quantum mechanics started to be done, and like they had to redo the entire thing. Like the whole thinking of it had to be redone. Because it's like, how is the light diffracting at one area? It's going single slit diffraction, double slit diffraction, but it's also hitting a photo plate at one location, and then it's discharging. It's having photoelectric effects where it's the light is discharging electrons from material based not on intensity but on the frequency, the amount of energy that the light has, not the intensity, not the amount of light, but the amount of energy that the light has, right? So like the first experiment is kind of hinting at this wave thing with diffraction, but somehow it's detected only in one location, which is a little strange. But it basically indicates some kind of wave thing going on. But then you do the photoelectric effect, and now it's dependent on just energy and not the intensity. So now you're getting some kind of particle like thing going on, and it's like, what in the back then they were extremely confused. They were like, what in the hell is going on?
Obviously, I mean, it is confounding. I mean, I'm sure we all try to reconcile it radically, but it is hard to think about. Right before that, I was gonna say to you, oh yeah, like how the metric system and it has its like group words, and then like it builds on. You can tell like what decimal place everything is, like based off of the language, and like also with like Roman numerals and stuff. Like that'd be pretty cool if they like took the metric system and kind of like a little vocabulary to articles like that, based on what level they on or something. But yeah, man, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I think they should try to do more stuff, like in what they
You cut out just the last part. You said you think they should do more stuff like
in vacuums, in what they call vacuums. They should try to.
Yeah, I totally agree. Right, there's been some interesting effects discovered in some vacuum experiments. They should definitely expand upon that.
This stuff is just all. Like, are we gonna rip open the program? And that's like, man, we should go ahead. Yeah, energy or whatever, what I'm saying? Is that thing, the population should be spheric energy or whatever that's been discussed but suppressed. Do you buy into any of this?
Etheric energy, is that what you said?
I guess to some that. Well, I just talk about from the earth. You know.
It's kind of a little hard to understand because you're breaking up. I think you said something. You're talking about the vacuum experiments, etheric energy, and the Earth is the gist that I caught.
Yeah. Just to kind of separate.
Um, sorry, man, you're still breaking up, but right, what I'll say is we kind of do have an ether theory. It's just much different than what's proposed by people here usually, right? It's very specific and it's about, space time or the background coordinate system and the internal states or the internal spaces to that coordinate system or to the space time and the states that they can take on and the different effects that those different spaces can have on each other. And we call those spaces fields, basically, but they're internal things to the actual space-time coordinate system. And they'll have different effects on each other. And these are where predictions of like the Casimir effect comes from, or the anomalous electron magnetic moment, or the electron self energies and the Lamb shift. And then the thing that Larry likes to bring up all the time, the Schwinger effect. Right? All these things come from quantum field theory.
We could say in energy out of the atmosphere or the ether or whatever. If we just knew this test knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard people say, give like ideas for taking energy out of, the background vacuum energy or whatever in both kind of the quantum field theory aspect and the ether aspect. I don't know. Right, these effects are like they're happening at like extremely small scales and stuff, and they're really just different state. They're not even really like things we can extract. They're just different configurations of the different quantum fields that there are, is what often leads to these things that we can measure, usually like the Casimir effect. But who knows? Someone may be able to come up with some device that can somehow extract that energy, but I just don't think it's as plausible as some people like to make it out to be.
Maybe you are titled a biochemist, but maybe are you good with chemistry in general? Do you know any ideas, targets on what you would say that
Any ideas, targets on
water reactive like energy producers, replenishable ones, like
yeah, I mean, I'm all for that kind of stuff. The different alternative energies of like hydrogen and water and geothermal and solar, wind, and all these other alternative energies. I support them. I think more money should be placed into that research. Unfortunately, the current state is still that the oil tycoons have kind of a lock on things, but that's kind of shifting now with the whole climate change ordeal. People's views on where research money should be allocated is starting to shift. But yeah, I'm not against it. I think one of the big problems that has to be worked out is efficiency. I brought this up before with like Jeremy and people. They think it's like really easy to just like extract the energy, like solar energy or geothermal energy or wind energy. Like it's a cakewalk.
Well,
but
what
to
thoughts do
actually
you have as a chem?
do it efficiently is
Well,
hard.
I get that there's been. Have you ever had any revolutionary ideas where you're with a chemical background, thinking like, oh man, when water touches this, it just gives off heat, and then it's replenishable or it resets? Are there any like situations like that where it could just be like constant used with like the water cycle, or even with residential plumbing cycles, to where you could just have like this easy energy? Have you ever thought? Do you know of any easy ideas like that?
Not really, not necessarily, because my focus is on
He's an agent. He's an agent.
my focus is on biology, right? I'm a biochemist. But I mean, I've thought about it, particularly with like autocatalytic cycles that can be exothermic or release energy. But a lot of the problems with those things are that they're either still, carbon based, organic carbon based, or they're, not efficient, or they're expensive kind of conditions you need to run them in. So like there's just a lot of considerations you have to make for these things. And yeah, like I said, it's not necessarily something that I'm like focusing on every day. I've definitely,
I got you, sir.
seen
I got
some biological energy sources that are pretty cool, but they just, they like I said, they suffer if we were to use them as energy sources for houses and cars and stuff. They'd have the same problems that our regular hydrocarbons do. They're still carbon based. So
I got you. All right, cool, man. Cool. Well, thanks for putting up with me. Thanks for putting up with my mic. And don't let them kill you too much, man. I know I'll be talking a lot of shit in the chat. But it ain't personal. It's always point based, man. See, anybody getting out there giving their energy, sharing and talking, that's good people, dude.
I know, Don. I've known you since the days of gems way back.
I listen to you all the time. Listen to this server all the time. I ain't talking in here in months and months, but I listen to it still consistently. But I've been going to with the Bazanic said some old crazy ass shit today. I've been wanting to creep on back in. I had to come and fuck with him.
Yeah, people always like to get at Sanic for some reason. Poor Xanax. I will say, Don, I don't know if you're still here, but some of those energy sources are very interesting for the origin of life kind of research. They're definitely interesting for those, and like what the first organisms could have used for energy.
Okay.
Yeah, like modern cells, today use these big bulky molecules called adenosine triphosphate, or ATP, and they use that because it has 3 phosphate groups, which they can break off one of the phosphodiester's, and that releases a bunch of energy for the cell to be able to use, basically by transferring the phosphates around. But the original cell, the original organisms, most likely we're not using that big. It's more of a more bulky, complicated molecule that's a little bit sensitive to certain conditions. So likely, the original cells were not using that. They were using some kind of like sulfur-based or some kind of nitrogen-based, or even there's been like metal-based energy molecules proposed, like selenium and things like that. They're pretty interesting. And they probably didn't have to shuffle the protons around, the hydrogen nuclei around, like as nearly as efficient as cells nowadays do, right? Because they were doing simpler processes and they had less structured, less developed membranes, what they call leaky membranes. Some people call them leaky membranes. So they didn't need to be so efficient at creating these charge gradients and stuff in order to get energy. So there's a lot of interesting energy aspects going on in the origin of life field.
So I just came back, dude. I just came back 10 seconds ago with leaky membrane or whatever, and I heard up to the first. I heard the whole first thing about the phosphates and that with the new modern things, and then right when you went into the old ones, it cut me out, and I had to reset. Like it totally booted me. Right, but so I'm sorry, but I understand. I get your gist, and I'm sure I can, find more of that available. Unless is this stuff that you're saying is commonly available, or this is your personal insight? Chase, I'm sorry. I'll look at it.
My bad, Don. I heard you just had to. I was texting someone real quick. Yeah, I was just talking about the way that cells use this kind of bulky, complex, touchy, sensitive molecule nowadays for energy that they didn't necessarily have to use at first, because you can move electric charges or hydrogen nuclei or protons basically around membranes, especially the kind of membranes that the original kind of cells would have had, which some people call leaky membranes. And they could have, they were less structured and less charge resistant and all those kind of things, more permeable. So, they could have more easily created these charge gradients that they need to, do these things with energy. And it's just an interesting aspect of the origin of life research that's going on, is what energy sources that they used. But I do have to take off, Don. So it was good chatting with you.
Yo,
Yo,
how we doing?
it's been quiet here.
No doubt. It's a busy day. Busy day. It's winding down. I mean, we can get it popping right now. What do you got?
Say what?
You got any topics? Anything you're interested in? What do you got going on?
Oh man, it's been so quiet in here for so long. I done zoned out on other shit. I almost forgot that I was even in Discord.
I do that sometimes. Not often. It's usually very busy in here all day. People get real fucking excited. Busy day today.
You know, I'm just watching powered paragliding videos.
That's when the dudes wear the suits.
No, those are wingsuits.
Those are fucking dope. What's this paragliding thing?
Powered
Little
paragliding.
triangle? Little triangle thing?
No, that's hang gliding.
What is this thing?
Powered paragliding is considered like the dirt bikes of the sky.
What are you riding something or?
You basically have like a lawn chair.
And then what?
You have a parachute that you pull over your head while you run, and you have an engine with a propeller on your back, and you have a throttle.
Oh, that shit's dope. Okay.
You take off running. You hit the throttle when the parachute is stable above your head, and you lift up off the ground. Then you go flying.
No, that's some cool ass shit. I seen a guy went to McDonald's using one of them one time, but
As Tucker
apparently it's legal because that you could do anything crazy you want as long as you. Hold on a second. All right, I'm good. Apparently, you can do anything you want under a certain amount of feet. Like we can just fly around if we want. We just got to stay with under X amount of feet or something. You know what I'm talking about? Like that shit's legal. You could just do that.
Yeah, it's legal under ultralight aircraft regulations, which is FAR 103, which is the Federal Aviation Regulations Part 103, which specifically deals with ultralight aircraft.
Yeah. I seen a guy riding a drone the other day. How far you think we're off from that? Because that's way more feasible than this paragliding thing. I mean, that's neat. Okay, that's neat. But let's get real. We gotta have it. It's got to be a drone, bro.
Why?
I don't know. I just feel like isn't that paragliding thing like based off like wind and shit?
No.
No.
You can literally take off with zero wind.
Yeah, but you gotta like run and shit.
Don't have
You'd
to
be like
run.
running around.
You don't have to run. I mean, if you wish, to have a lighter setup that is more easily transportable, sure. But you can have a trike and quad setup that is the same way, and you don't have to run. You just sit in a seat and pull the handle.
The drone seems more feasible. In my mind.
Drones have a bit more spinning blades, and there's already enough people getting their limbs chopped off.
Who's getting limbs chopped off? What are you in, like Pakistan or something?
No, when in ultralight aircraft, people are losing limbs due to the spinning prop blades. I mean, people have been losing their limbs to spinning prop blades for many years now. It happens.
I don't think they're doing it
all the
right.
time. It's exactly right. There's actually a particular safety measure that is completely overlooked by many people because they get complacent, and that's how they end up, losing an arm. Part of a hand or all hand or part of their arm. Yeah.
Well, can't you just
because
put a
they
screen?
no, there's
Can't you
already
put, like,
there's already a net. There's already a netting.
They're still losing their limbs with the screen over the blade.
Even with the netting, people are still getting fucked up.
What's a netting? Are we talking about a solid steel thing, or are you talking about like a fucking fishnet? Like my girl's fishnets.
Well, they're made out of really tough nylon. They're not steel because you don't want to keep adding weight. I mean, you got to think it's a backpack that you have to run with, that carries this motor that's running on your back. Every bit of weight that you're adding to it is just extra that you have to carry it while you're running, trying to get launched into the air. They try to go for lighter, not heavier. So, I mean, very tough, nylon netting is perfectly fine. You just have to remember that there are particular spots around the netting, particularly right where the seat is, that is an open spot where it's
Bro, this shit's way too dangerous, bro. Shit's way too
it's
dangerous.
actually the
It's
most.
gotta be drunk, bro.
It's actually the safest form of aviation that exists.
Not how if they're losing limbs?
It's better than dying, right? I mean, people
They
are
got a parachute?
dying in other ones. You literally fly a parachute.
That's true.
That's
That's
what
true.
you.
Good
That's what
point.
you're
That's a
flying
good point.
is a
That's a
parachute.
good point.
If your
All right, you
engine
got that one.
your engine goes out, guess what? You come down on a parachute. I mean,
I
you're
like.
already
Okay,
flying.
that is a good selling point. Nothing's. Yeah, that's a good selling point. I gotcha. Still though,
That's
I feel like a
that's
drone's
one
more
reason why
feasible.
it's considered one of the safest forms of aviation is because anything can go wrong and you'd still be flying a parachute.
Yeah, but that should be standard on all aviation, like planes and shit. Like, yo, we're going down. Okay, we're at a safe elevation. Jump, everyone, jump. Like, what the fuck? Why aren't they doing that when plane crashes and shit?
Well, because as a pilot of an aircraft, you certainly don't want to ditch unless you like missing wings or some shit like that.
Or the plane has a giant fucking parachute on it, and it lets off a whole bunch of fucking giant parachutes or some shit.
Well, there
How about that?
there is a emergency parachute system for small planes. Single and dual passenger airplanes. I think it's even up to 4-passenger airplanes now that they have an emergency parachute system to bring the plane down.
Yeah, but when you hit, you're hitting hard like that.
Yeah, but you're not going to die.
Yeah, but that's a hard hit though. Very
Maybe.
buckled in or
Better than
something.
dying, right? I mean, hard hit, death. I think I'll take the hard hit.
No doubt. It's gonna obviously be harder without the shoot. I feel you.
Yeah, and, smack into the ground at a high rate of speed or smack into the ground at a lower rate of speed. Yeah, it's gonna still hurt, but at least it's not the high rate of speed. But I know a lot about this stuff in particular, especially under FAR 103 stuff, because I'm into that. I'm skydiving and into all that stuff.
Well, parachutes are huge. I'll tell you this fact about skydiving you might not have known. Nothing has revolutionized the skydiving industry other than the invention of parachutes. More than the invention of parachutes.
Nothing has revolutionized the skydiving industry more than the invention of the parachute.
Yeah. Facts.
How about the concept of a container that can hold a reserve?
Come on, bro. It was a joke. You ruined it. All right. You happy now?
Or how about the AAD? Which is
I don't even know what that means.
It's an automatic activation device. It means if me and you were on a plane together and we were going skydiving and I knocked you out and then throw you out of the plane, even no matter what, as you're coming down, completely unconscious, the AAD
That is a good device.
It senses the barometric pressure around you, and at about 4,000 feet will automatically deploy the parachute off your back.
Yeah, that's neat. And nothing's cooler than the dudes that wear them suits and just fucking fly. Yeah, bro. That shit is awesome.
Yeah, and in order to be able to, you can jump with them at any time. I mean, you go up, side of a mountain and jump with one, but at a licensed skydive facility, a licensed drop zone, you can't do it without a C license.
Like, I don't see them break them shits out enough in like spy movies. You think heads would be rocking that shit, like a bulletproof wingsuit and shit. Because you could just jump off a cliff, right, and just land without having to shoot or anything, you know?
Well, you don't really like the way they are portrayed in movies and even a lot of YouTube videos. Make it seem like you can fly really far with them, and you really can't. You could get a couple of miles from where you drop to, like, if you dropped at say 16,000 feet, right? You jumped out of an airplane at 16,000 feet, which is the normal height for skydiving, right? Any higher than that, and you're going to want to start like bringing oxygen with you because it starts to get thin. But 16,000 feet is the normal drop height, safe drop height. From there, like, I think the world record right now is like 11 miles, but that's by the Army. And I think they jumped at 20,000 feet to do an 11-mile thing with
We
theirs.
got the Felix Baumgartner thing.
Well, he wasn't wearing a wingsuit. But on the civilian side of it, I think we've gotten it up to about 4 miles that you can go. So
I
from
heard
where
actually there was a guy.
About 4 miles.
Yeah, but I'm saying, can you land in a wingsuit? You don't need to shoot, right? Like, you can land that just with the wingsuit alone, right?
No, not really. I mean, there's been a couple of people that have done some jumps like from a helicopter and then they kind of skidded to a stop in some water. On a lake.
That's what I'm saying. You could land that shit and be fine, right?
He wasn't really that great. I mean, he kind of busted a couple of ribs when he did it. I mean, that's not that bad, granted, than smacking the ground, but he did smacking water still hurts. It still feels like concrete.
I hear you. Yeah.
But yeah, he kind of glided it in, but he still broke a couple of ribs doing it. You had the other guy that jumped from a helicopter and he landed in like a runway of cardboard boxes that was stacked up like 30 feet tall and like 150 feet long. And he kind of just crashed into the boxes. But no, you have parachutes when wearing wingsuits. You have a parachute.
No doubt.
There's a specific.
I'm just saying, they ain't no James Bond motherfuckers. I bet you like James Bond could land that shit and just walked away with sucks and shit. You know what I'm saying? Some Tom Cruise Mission Impossible shit.
Maybe.
You don't think it's much more feasible though to use a drone than the giant parachute thing? To just like have like single person travel or some shit like that?
I mean, as long as you had a adequate way to protect yourself from the blade breaking, which is an eventuality. Blades break, right? I mean, anybody who has ever messed with a drone knows blades will break.
Yeah.
So eventually a blade's going to break. Well, what happens then?
Yeah, no doubt.
Sure, yeah, you end up, coming straight down and you have a parachute on board that allows you to come straight down. Fine. Granted. With powered paragliders, if anything was to happen with your motor, you come down, but you're with a parachute, and guess what? You're in control of it. So now you get to look around and pick a better spot to land than maybe the trees.
Or a panic landing. Yeah, because now you're panicking with the thing you're already in it. Yeah, no. Still though, bro, that takes up mad space. Like, I don't know. I can't see that being the future.
What, powered paragliding?
Yeah.
Well, it's not meant to be like the replacement for cars or anything.
Well, we need something. You got to get up there, bro.
Like I said, it's the dirt bike of the sky. Remember?
Well, whatever, man. We got to get up in the sky because this driving thing is ridiculous.
So you think people should just be able to fly to work?
That would be the ideal Jetsons future that we were all sold as children now, wouldn't it?
True. You know, the Jetsons didn't quite show what a car crash would really look like flying around.
I hear you, and that is an issue. It is an issue. I understand that. And I've always said we'll never have flying cars until the cars themselves are automated, because you can't have people flying around.
Yeah, and we still can't get automation of cars on the ground to fully work
In
right.
a 2D.
It still has a fuck ups left and right.
Yeah, but they're close though. I've always thought some infrastructure would need to be implemented in the ground itself to pull off the automation of the vehicles. Like, you know how you have lines in the road? You would just have to put these things, go around and like stamp these little things in the ground where it's the car can sense it or some shit, RFID chip style or some, I don't know. I'm all for the automated cars. We need that big time. That's huge, dude. That's huge. That frees up so many man hours. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable how many man hours that would free up. Ridiculous amounts. That's just what we need right there.
Free up to do what?
Whatever we want, bro. Who gives a fuck? Learn stuff, invent stuff, whatever. Play games.
So just have people completely change their occupations. Learn a different occupation.
What's up? Oh, this is going to crash the economy for sure. We might get rid of car accidents, but this will definitely crash the economy. You know how much money is in car accidents? Unbelievable amounts. Yeah, unbelievable amounts.
Oh yeah,
we have 16,000 car accidents a day in America. If you could automate the cars and have that number be down to 160 or something. But the point is, it would free up. I mean, bro, that automation thing's coming regardless. Like, they're trying to automate fast food joints. Like, these guys aren't stupid. They're trying to automate shit. You don't want to have to pay a person for what a machine could do, because the machine will work 24/7. It doesn't need good working conditions. You don't need workman's comp. It doesn't call in sick. It'll break. You get a guy in to fix it. Now it's fine. You know, hopefully it's not like McDonald's ice cream machine, but it'll be here 10, 20 years tops. This automation thing is going to roll out heavy. Uber's been trying to make a deal with Tesla for mad long, and they gave up or went through or what, but like, Uber wants to have the cars automated, because when you drive Uber, they pay you like anywhere between like 50 and 75% of what they actually charge for the fare. They want to keep all that money, dude. They don't want to pay none of that money out.
Oh, I mean, if I had Uber, I'd be the same way. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So the automation thing, like, that shit's like Judgment Day. That shit's inevitable. So I mean, never.
Yeah, but see, the crash. That's the bad part of the balance, right? Is that, you know, you want automation because it frees up all this other time and whatnot, but at the same time, as soon as you do, you crash the economy, which then they have no money to use all this automation to make a benefit.
Yeah, we need to rethink. Yeah, we need to rethink the way our economy works. Obviously, I mean, bro, when automation comes, it almost doesn't even make sense to keep money.
Yeah, but that would it would only make sense to get rid of money when absolutely everything was automated, but that would never happen.
You could get damn close though. I mean, shit.
So then the
Well, what
one
are you
that
going to do when there's a 50% unemployment rate? They get scared when it jumps a percent or two. What are you going to do when it's 50, 60% unemployment rate? 30%.
well, hopefully you'd try to stem it off long before it ever got there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're saying 100%. I'm telling you, you're going to have fucking issues way before that. Like, you're going to have to rethink the money system. Whatever you're doing, it's like, it's not going to work.
Just the ways that people make income will have to expand.
The money's got to come from somewhere, bro.
Exactly. And that's where buying and selling of goods and services.
Yeah, but all the goods are the shit's are going to be automated and shit.
Okay, but even like you were saying with Uber, right? You know, even though the car is automated, I still paid for it, the service to use it. So I got to be able to make money somehow to pay for the service.
Yeah. Uber doesn't care how you get money.
So
you want to ride somewhere, they're going to charge you for it.
Yeah. So now it just comes to how many different types of ways are there for revenue streams for people to make that money that will supplement the automation, the loss of income through automation.
I think you could replace all those jobs, dude. 5 million Americans make money driving. 3 million are in the fast food industry. I don't even know how many janitors there are. I'm guessing that number's in the millions too. And I've already seen 2 different ways where they automatically clean a bathroom with no human involved. So shit's coming, man. They're trying to automate the trucks. You think what they did in Canada, what those truck drivers did? They don't want to let that shit happen, bro. They want to control shit. They're about to get all this shit automated and be like, yo, fuck the truck drivers. We're in control of our own trucks now. This is all about.
I don't really see that really hurting a lot of truckers. I mean, some truckers, sure, but I see the trucking industry would actually make a shift. Like if trucks were the diesel trucks that we have, if they were left off, and regardless, we'll skip all the problems that electric semis have anyway. But just say that they were making a pretty big shift, and that's what the vast majority of transportation of goods across the country was done with electric semis, right? You would see more people popping up with they would buy an electric semi, right? And they would pop up on these shipping sites to have their own pricing for what they would charge to ship stuff. So I mean, it would just be a different level to the competition. That's all it is. You just you would shift from being the driver to basically just managing a truck.
Yeah, but dude, you know how this works, bro. The guys that the giant companies that own 10,000 friggin' trucks, you cannot compete with their price with your one little truck or your 2 little trucks. Like you're just not going to compete.
People do it all the time. I mean, there's a website. Look it up. It's called Hot Shots. People do it all the time. It's a great way if you've got a truck and
I was actually on it.
Whatever it is. I mean, you can.
I was actually on it. I was on an app like that a long time ago where people needed stuff shipped, and yeah, they would have you going from like whatever New York to wherever, all over the place. That was neat. I forgot the name of that app. There wasn't a lot of movement on it though, so I ended up deleting it.
Oh, there's a lot of movement on Hot Shots.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I don't really have a truck. I used to have a little SUV. I don't really have a truck, but I mean, shit, that's easy. Just moving. Like, what kind of truck you need? Like a box truck or like a pickup truck? We'd be getting mad weather over here.
Well, I mean, you'll only get listings for jobs that fit the type of truck you have. So you have to load in what you've got, right? So if you've got like a dually with, a 25-foot flatbed that you haul behind your dually, then you list that in and you get jobs to like, go and haul, a backhoe, from one place to another, or haul a couple of cars or But if you've got like a semi, and a trailer, you can get the bigger loads that have you do what these big companies are bidding for. They'll take the smaller guy. And they're making a pretty fat living off of it. I just think with the advancement in automation, people are just going to have to get more creative about how they make an income.
Bro, you can only do that to a certain extent, dude. And it's tough to compete with these big people. I'm telling you, you think it's easy. Look what Walmart did. They blew heads out the box. So all them little mom and pop shops got rocked.
Yeah, because it was convenient.
I heard. What's that?
Said yeah, because it's convenience. I mean, the mom and pop shops were usually specialized in one thing or another. I mean, you go to Walmart, you can go pick up your couple of pairs of socks while you're grabbing a week's worth of groceries, and grab yourself, your oil and filter to change your oil when you get home on your car. I mean, you could do it all in one spot instead of having to hit 3-4 different stores to get everything you need. That would be mom and pop.
And
Why?
And mainly because the prices were cheaper, bro. Let me tell you a story about what happened. They rocked in those mom and pop shops because of the prices. The prices were wild cheaper because these big Walmart places, they basically dictate what the price is going to be. If Dill Pickles says, "Yo, we sell this jar retail, we'll sell it to you for 97 cents," it sells retail for $1.27 or whatever. Walmart's like, "Nah, we'll pay you 92 cents." If Dill says no, Walmart's just like, "Okay, we're not selling no Dill Pickles. What you think's going to happen to Dill Pickles?" They basically dictate the price. So they're getting it way cheaper than the mom and pop stores can't even compete with shit like that. There's no chance.
I mean, there's plenty of things out there and plenty of stores out there that sell things, Walmart doesn't. I mean, yeah, it's a big superstore, but you still need to go to other places to get certain things. I mean, there's still going to be people that dictate their own price.
I hear you. I'm just saying the big companies and shit rock the little people to sleep usually. You can't compete, bro.
So, there's automotive repair shops out there like Firestone, Pep Boys, Gateway, all these big tire companies, box store tire companies, repair shops. I opened my own repair shop and did very well for almost a decade before I sold it.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, it's good money.
Big companies didn't bother me. I still had plenty of business.
I hear you.
So I mean,
can you even work on these? Could you work on a Tesla? You think right now?
I wouldn't want to.
I'm saying, could you though, if you wanted to? If somebody you had your shop.
You have to be certified first in order to do it. Like Tesla has to certify your shop to work on their cars.
Yeah.
Which is basically just giving them a call at one of the dealerships and having somebody come out and say, "Yep, you can work on cars here." They just want to make sure that these people aren't like a business that's really out of their driveway, that's an actual location, it's an actual shop, that you have all the proper equipment that you need to work on one of these.
I think Elon Musk got Nikola Tesla rolling in his grave right now. Exact opposites when it came to like Tesla didn't give a fuck about the money, and then you got Elon, this big billionaire, running around. That might have been Tesla's downfall. I mean, dude, he not down. I can't even say that. It didn't even feel right to say that, because that is what we should be doing. Like Tesla wanted to give humanity some dope ass shit. It wasn't about the money.
Yeah, but he was basically fed, all his research, like the money for his research, through his contract with Westinghouse. So everything that he came up with went through Westinghouse. So it's really Westinghouse who kept everything down. Any kind of awesome things that he may have come up with, they squashed that shit. It's all about the bottom line.
It's all about the money. That's what I'm saying. This money thing, we got to get rid of money, bro. That shit's holding us back big time. Yo, how much money do you think the banking system uses? If you had to put it in like kilowatt hours, like all of the whole all of the banks in your town, like every facet of the banking structure, all the Loomis trucks, the Brinks trucks. If you had to put it in kilowatt hours, what would you say like the banking system uses? What country are you in? You're in America?
America, yeah.
Yeah. Or just in America, what do you think the banking system uses, like in kilowatt hours?
I mean, can't be that much. I mean, maybe 20 million kilowatt hours or so. I mean, I would, if I would put a drastic number on it and say 100 million kilowatt hours. That would be a
month?
That would be a drastic number.
Is that like a month?
That's kilowatt hours used as regular basis, right? It's continuously.
They're just constantly using 100 million kilowatt hours.
Pretty much.
You think that's more or less than
that's averaged out over the year though, so yeah, it's about a year. But yeah, 100 million kilowatt hours for the banking system. So what? The U.S. uses like 3.5, 4 trillion kilowatt hours a year. So I mean, what's the deal? I mean, it's like for the world, I think the total power output for the world is like 18 trillion kilowatt hours.
Is that counting like all the cars and stuff though?
No, this is just power producing facilities of whatever type, whether it be hydroelectric dams, nuclear stations, wind turbines, solar fields, da 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 da.
Yeah, but when I was talking about how much kilowatt hours does the banking system use, like that was just like electricity on their buildings. That's not counting like the vehicles, all the gas they use for the vehicles and shit.
Well, that's not what we're referring to with kilowatt hours, is it? I mean, you're not really calculating kilowatt.
If you had to put that into a kilowatt hour,
okay, then I say like on the top end, maybe 100 million.
That's it. How much do you think? How much do you think like Bitcoin uses electric wise?
Nowhere even near that much.
Yeah.
I've seen plenty of big farms, crypto farms, but even the power that they're sucking is still nothing near that.
Yeah, all the green people are crying about how crypto uses so much electricity and shit.
There's some
right.
people
Isn't that why Elon stopped using it, because they were putting a squeeze on him because it uses so much electricity?
I mean, it does use up a lot of power. Well, you got a lot of juice running, but I mean, there's a lot of people that have set up, crypto farms using solar. They just have set up a solar system to run the system, run their cards all the time.
That is generally how they do it. They'll set up big shots on hydro or the solar or wind, and then they like to do it in cold climates, obviously for obvious reasons. But yeah, they're always crying about how crypto uses so much energy, electricity or whatever, and it's like, dude, you look at what the fucking banking system does. Why aren't you fucking complaining about that? Crypto's way better. You should be calling out to switch over to crypto. Like, what are we doing? Dude, we got to get past this whole money thing. It's just holding us back. That's all wasted electricity.
I can't say getting out of a cashless society would be a good thing. I mean, we need cash. People need cash.
It's holding us back, bro. I'm telling you. You were never going to get anywhere. So many bad decisions are made over money and not what's best for humanity. It's ridiculous.
Well, even if it's crypto money, dude, I mean, that's just going to be the different currency that people are going to be fighting about.
No, I know. I'm saying we need to get rid of all money. No barter system, no gold, no fucking dollars, nothing. We need to just all realize we're in this together and fucking go for it.
Okay, so why don't you move to an Amish compound?
No, bro, we need to get all of humanity on the same page.
Good luck with that.
It's got to happen, dude. It's got to happen.
Never happen.
It's going to happen. It has to. It's inevitable. It's like Judgment Day. Once automation hits, what do you do?
Like I said, you can't automate everything.
You can get fucking close, though. You can get close. Like I said, when it hits 40, 50% unemployment rate, what do you do? What do you do then?
What do you do for the people for the jobs that it's not there, that there is no automation? What do you do for those jobs? Is there any compensation for their time?
Dude, I don't know. Maybe they get extra desserts, bro. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. All right. What do you want? You want a cookie or like what do you want? I mean, I don't know.
And see, I mean, there's not really a fair system there. Somebody's got to still do something, and there's got to be some kind of compensation, right?
People would still want to work for the good of keep society going and shit. I would chip in some of my time. I wouldn't do 40 hours a week. Oh, I actually wanted to bring this up earlier. I heard they were trying to pass a bill in Congress to push it down to like a 32-hour work week or something instead of 40.
Push a full time week to 32 hours.
Yeah, that would be neat. I mean, didn't they lower it from after the Industrial Revolution when all that automation hit? You have to, bro. That's what I'm saying, dude. Eventually, it's gonna be like 8 hours. It's gonna be like your work week when automation hits, bro. It's gonna have to be something like that. I don't know. Like you still gotta chip in, man. Fucking 8 hours a week, that'd be awesome.
Who says I have to chip in?
You got it. Come on, man. You gotta chip in, dude.
Oh, everything's already provided. I get my food, my entertainment, everything I need. It's already provided. Why do I have to do anything else?
A lot of people would have that mindset if we got rid of money. I understand that. But there's a lot of people like me that would still want to do things. And
I'm working on my art. You're interfering
no
with
doubt.
what I
Make your
wanna
art.
do with my art.
Make your art, bro. Make your art. That's good.
See, your society.
There will be.
That type of society relies on people actually being willing to do the grimy stuff that is left over that cannot be automated, to be willing to do that for no compensation.
I hear you. It's a tough sell. I understand that. Very tough sell. But like I said, I do think a lot of people would want to still chip in a little bit. And like I said, you could just keep reducing the work week. Make it 32 for the same pay. Boom, let's go. Make it 16 for the same pay. Let's go. Like, just keep reducing the work week. Eventually, everyone's just working like 8 hours and shit.
Yeah, but then where does the income come from to pay for the Uber, the automated Uber? I mean, 8
Well, I
hours
don't
is
know.
certainly not going to pay for my rent.
It's got to be the same pay. Dude, I don't know, bro. Look, I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but I know this automation shit is coming, and I don't know how the money's thing's gonna work. So, where's the money come from exactly? Like, you can't get rid of the janitors, bro. There's like 3 million janitors in America. They got Roombas, ways to clean bathrooms, all types of shit, bro. Glass, they could do glass with robots. Like, yo, this shit's no joke, man. 10, 20 years tops. The automation is going to roll out heavy in the next 20 years. Probably sooner. It's going to be interesting.
I wonder.
Hey, hey.
Okay.
All right.
I was trying to edit, but then it brought me to the room that I was trying to edit because I clicked on it. I don't know if I can change it now. Oh, I think I can. If I can, then maybe some people will see it and they might not interrupt. Let's see if that works.
Oh, are you creating an event, Redford?
Well, yeah, I have an event, but I guess I can't have it in the same room as the live stream event.
No, you can't. You can't remake it because we're already here.
Well, do you
But
know
you
how to
can go
edit?
on and do your thing, and we'll keep everybody. No one's gonna interrupt.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just
Yeah, we're
we can.
still. Oh, what were you gonna say, Napalm? Continue.
I was just gonna say, if people talk, we can just mute them if it's off topic.
Okay, that sounds good.
So kick it off, Redford. It's been a while
Okay,
since you've hosted.
I guess.
I was so used to you hosting. What was it, Sundays at 24/7 back in the day with C?
Yeah, it was Saturdays, I think. Wasn't it Saturdays?
That
Yeah, Precious Metal Takeover. Yeah, that was a blast
yeah.
for me. That was a long time. I haven't hosted anything for a while. So here we go. So welcome everybody. So today, myself, BBQ Sauce, Napalm, and Platypus is supposed to join us as well. Hopefully, I know that we were a little bit early for his time schedule, so hopefully he'll be able to join us. And we are going to talk about gardening. So I'm not sure if anybody has anything kind of planned. We didn't really kind of touch base on what everybody was presenting, and that doesn't matter. We can just have a discussion and everybody can take as long as they need to discuss it, and then we'll have an open forum where if anybody has questions or if they want to chime in and tell us their gardening techniques and things that they found to be effective. How does that sound? Napalm? BBQ Sauce, you got anything to add?
Sounds good to me. Let's do it.
Okay.
Works for me.
Okay, so I'm up in Canada. So gardening is a little bit tricky because there are certain ones that I've wanted to try, such as like back to Eden gardening, where you're using, layers of wood chips, and then it's easier to weed. There's a lot of water retention, and it's just breaking down. It's regenerative gardening. However, I haven't actually tried that because we do get a lot of snow here, and I know that people that I've spoken to that or have watched videos on as well, they are in a little bit warmer of a climate. So the one that I found to be fairly effective is the using landscaping fabric. So it's basically covering your whole garden with this heavy duty, it's like a tarp I buy from my local greenhouse. They actually use it to line ponds with it, and it's a very heavy duty landscaping fabric basically. It comes in, well, where I can get it, it comes in 3 different I guess like light, medium, and heavy. And it doesn't let the water through at all, which can be good. But if you want to, you could always poke holes in it, but we can get into that later. So why would I be covering my garden with landscaping fabric? Well, it works well that I found it to be quite effective in colder climates. It is kind of a tarp gardening technique, I guess. So you're basically smothering the weeds. So it cuts down on your weeding time as well. It helps with it helps retain like the topsoil and the erosion from everything being run off, and you don't have to till. So if you're into that type of gardening, it is helpful for that as well. I've also found, since I've been using this technique, is that I yield more and I get bigger plants. So the way that it's done is you basically cover your entire garden with the tarp. I use landscaping staples to keep it down. They actually give them to me when I buy the landscaping fabric, and then you put it out and then you take a torch, and I use metal plumber's tape because you can bend it into basically any shape that you want. And I just take a little hand torch and I just burn a hole in the tarp. Obviously, it's permanent, but you can continue to use the same piece of landscaping fabric. I think I'm on my 6th year for some of my pieces. And I mean, it's going to last a long time. So that's the only thing, though. Once you burn the holes, obviously, it's kind of done. But you can do holes, you can do rows as well. I can post some videos as well. Do people want videos, or are you kind of gathering what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. I use a similar product. It comes in rolls. It's not as durable and thick as yours, but it's like I think it's like about 2.5 feet wide, and you just roll it. But this one is permeable, so water goes through, but sunlight doesn't, and it works great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen that actually. I saw some lighter duty ones on Amazon, and I ended up just getting the heavy duty stuff because it doesn't, you're right, the water doesn't penetrate it. What you can do though is you can take a pitchfork. Actually, the lady that owns the greenhouse that I bought it from, I was talking to her about it, and she was saying that if you just take a pitchfork, you can basically just poke random holes wherever you want to allow for a little bit better drainage. But I haven't noticed it having an effect. Like, I still find I get pretty good water retention. I noticed today though, I guess it actually is better if you have level ground, because I noticed today, just from the ground being kind of wet when I put this landscaping fabric out, the water does kind of sit in any ruts that are there. So it is good to have more of a level thing, or like SE Montreal was saying, that if you can get one that the water flows through a little bit better, that can be helpful as well. However, then you run into, well, I guess no, actually that would still be okay, because even if it lets some water through, if you're doing the tarp gardening, because if you're going to put a tarp over it, which is kind of similar to the landscaping fabric, but it's just to basically smother the weeds. But I mean, if there's no sunlight, then they're not going to grow. So I think, either one would work, whatever you can get. And it might be a little bit of investment. Like, I think I paid, this was the actually cheapest I think I paid, was I think 20 something cents a square foot, and that's in Canada. And I think I've paid almost up to 40 cents a square foot. But it lasts a long time. What else? Oh yeah, another benefit too is that it does keep your produce clean, so you don't have to wash it, right? Because it's sitting on the tarp, which is nice. And that's just, I don't know, something else and that's kind of, I think, the gist of it. I can share. Curtis Stone talks a lot about this, and he has a lot of videos if you guys want more information about that, or you can just ask. But just another tip that I found, that's a really good plant that brings pollinators into the garden. It's a plant called borage. Has anybody ever heard of it?
No. Borage.
Okay, I took a picture of it today. Give me a second here while I upload it.
Blue flowers? Bluish purple flowers?
Yeah, bluish purple flowers. Yeah, you guys are probably quicker if you just Google it, but
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna post it anyways, because the one that I have has a bee on it when I took it.
Awesome. Looks furry.
Yeah, it's an interesting plant. It gets massive. Like, it's invasive as well. So if you do have it, be careful, because it will self-sow. So if anybody doesn't know what that means, because in the winter, it drops its seeds in the fall, and then it will regrow in the spring. So I had one plant, and the first year, and then it just started popping up in my grass like everywhere in my yard. So it's very, very invasive, but the bees love it. So I plant a few throughout my garden, and then they'll basically go pollinate my squash plants and whatever else. So if you want them to kind of follow the line, like if you have beans and stuff like that, you can plant them on the end of each row or whatever you want to do. And yeah, it's pretty awesome actually. I think that's a really cool plant. That one I found, like, I've planted marigolds, I think keep like cats and things like that out, and it does bring some pollinators, but nothing beats this that I found. So if anybody has any other good flowers that bring pollinators into the garden, let me know.
What's it called again?
Oh yeah, sorry, borage. Here, I'll edit the picture.
Borage.
So, yeah, so you have the spelling.
Oh, that's awesome.
There, if you just scroll up, I put the spelling in the picture.
Cool. There's the tarp that I'm talking about. Cheap. You can buy it at a dollar store. Actually, that's where I got mine. Like $4 a roll. That's for small.
Wow.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, nice. And
Yeah.
that's the thing too, because you can do it on any, like, I've done it on 1 by 1, like, flower boxes, or not 1 by, I guess it's 1 by, what was it, like 16 I had, like, long flower boxes. So, and I've used that. So yeah, you can use it for any dimension. And how long have you been using the same piece?
I just used it first time this year, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay.
And I plan to throw it out at the end of the year. Just put another one. They're so cheap. You just toss them out when you take your plants out. You know, the stems and that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So they come with these, like, you buy these long staples. Think of a staple like I don't know, 2 inches long, 3 inches long, and you just put it in the ground on each corner, and it stays put. Works really
Yeah,
good. I got so many tomatoes this year; it's unbelievable.
that's awesome. So those are called landscaping landscaping staples, I think. I think that's what they're
I
called.
think so. Yeah, you can get them at the dollar
Yeah.
store. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wow. I got to get mine at Canadian Tire, and even then, like, they weren't as heavy duty as the ones I got from the greenhouse, but
I'm telling you, go to the dollar store. They're like,
which
yeah,
one?
they're like,
Dollarama or Dollar Tree? Like, where are you going?
yeah, yeah. Well, we call them here. Yeah, we have Dollaramas. We have all kinds, but you know those dollar stores, which are $2 stores now, right? They're not a dollar anymore. But yeah,
Yeah, I know. I should look there for more. Well, mind you, this year I didn't go look at a bunch of their stuff because they like raised up their prices of everything, but for like the same stuff that just falls apart. But yeah, maybe I'll check that out for the staples there anyways. But you did find that you got a better yield then by using the landscaping fabric as the material?
oh yeah, absolutely. The only weeds that you get is the spots that you miss, right? Like around the plant, you want to leave some space and stuff, but you got to spend time to cover it. But yeah, it works really great. Wherever you put it, you're not going to see a single weed, not one weed.
I think we're in Boston where you had your camera on. I don't know if you meant to do that. But yeah, and it cuts back on the weeding like crazy. It's unbelievable. Yeah, like you just weed basically in the holes that you have to burn to put the plant in, and
Yeah, I
that's
think
it.
what you just said with the tarp, I think that's the single best tip for gardening, like to get the weeds out. That's enemy number one, right? Everybody knows
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
And apparently, like, if you leave it on the garden, so I think this year, because I've done such a large piece, I'm just gonna leave it. And then in the spring, eventually, like if I just keep suffocating the weeds, eventually they'll hopefully never or not come back. So
No chance of that. As soon as the tarp comes off, they'll be back,
oh, I know,
guaranteed.
I'm gonna leave the tarp on. I think I'm just gonna leave it. My
Oh yeah, yeah.
friend who did this as well, yeah, he used to just leave it on all year. So I think that's what I'm gonna try to do this year. But Yeah, I think that's kind of all I have to say about the landscaping fabric. Does anybody have any questions about it or comments?
You want to give a quick rundown of what you're growing and kind of your growing
Oh,
season up there?
oh yeah. Okay, so we have a bit of a short growing season up here. So more often than not, we are supposed to plant May long weekend. So that's the second last weekend in May. However, our weather's been really wonky, so sometimes this year we could have planted earlier. Years before we planted later. And then basically like a lot of my stuff's starting to die already. So it's a few months and then we get winter in by the end of October. So we get what, June, July, August, September, and you're basically done. So you get like a 4-month growing season. And so the things that I can grow are squash. I grow lots of different types of squash, like spaghetti squash, butternut squash. I grow pumpkins. I tried a new one this year that's a winter squash. And I have patty pan squash, zucchini. And oh yeah, I'm trying to this year for the first time I'm growing watermelons and cantaloupe. And what else do I grow? Potatoes, onions, carrots, beets, lettuce, tomatoes. My peppers didn't do very well this year. And I'm trying to grow some different types of fruits. So I planted some Saskatoon trees, if anybody knows what the Saskatoon berry is. It's kind of like a blueberry, but better. And it's native around here. And then I planted some blueberry bushes as well. So we'll see. The deer unfortunately got to those before I got them covered up. So we'll see if they come back. And I think that's pretty much it. What I grow. I grow lots of herbs too, actually. And then I dry them and make my own spices and different things like that.
That's awesome. How was your harvest? As you can, I'm sure you're continuing to harvest, but are you pretty much sustainable as far as your veggies go from and most of your herbs from what you grow?
Yes, actually. Oh, and I forgot cucumbers and beans. That's what's producing. Well, the cucumbers have kind of slowed down, but yes, I would say that's always like my goal in the summer is don't buy anything but protein and just eat everything from the garden. And this year I expanded the garden and I canned so far I've done 21 quart-sized jars of canning. So that's I think I did 16 jars of dill pickles. And then I just can like I don't know if anybody knows what the Scarlet Runner bean is. They're a really good bean to can, and I do like a bunch of stuff. So like onions, carrots, I do, and I just put them all in a jar and I can them. So yes, and then I freeze some stuff. I dehydrate a bunch of stuff. And yes, I basically try to be as sustainable as I can. And I'm pretty close for probably this year.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
a lot
So I
of
just
production.
it's a lot. It's a lot of work, but I enjoy it. And I like canning actually. So I'm pretty much done for cucumbers. Anything else I'll just give away. I'm pretty much done for beans. So now I'll just can beets. And then I'll do when my tomatoes are really late. I got them in late this year. And I'll do salsa and pasta sauce and different things like that. And then I'll can that and then that'll be it.
That's like
Nice.
full-time work you're talking about.
It's a bit. It can be. It's like a few, but it's just like a few hours here and there, right? Like go pick in the evening for like an hour or two. And then like once you get everything going for your canning, it's pretty quick. It's just sometimes the prep is a lot. Like the salsa is probably like the worst prep ever. That's probably the most time consuming, but like dill pickles are super easy, to be honest, because really what do? You like fold the dill up and then you peel the garlic and you wash the cucumbers. Everything else is like chopping stuff. So yeah, it is a bit of work, but when you think of it, how much it costs for the cost of food, and you're getting food that you know where it's grown, you're not spraying it with anything, right? So I grew my own. Oh, and I grew garlic. So basically, everything that I've canned this year, I've grown. So garlic, onion, dill, cucumbers, beans, carrots, everything comes from the garden. Which was always my goal, because I would always have to like buy garlic or buy something, right? Even from the farmer's market. But this year, I did pretty good to grow almost everything, except for my
Nice. How much
peppers.
area do you have that you're growing in?
So I have. Let me do some rough math here. So it's 12.5 plus 10. So it's probably 22 feet by like 40 feet.
22 by
And
40.
you
Okay.
grow all that stuff there?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
It's amazing. Like, okay, so to be honest, like when I burn my holes in the tarp, I'm like, hey, I measure them all and I follow the instructions, right? Of like, or what they recommend, like hilling and stuff like that for your cucumbers. And like my squash, like my garden just went crazy. So out of 9, no, it's 7. I think it's 7 cucumber, like pickling cucumber plants. Like it's still producing, and I've already gotten, like, I could probably can another 5 jars with the ones I've just picked over the last few days. So yeah, it's producing quite a bit.
Congrats. If I
Thank
get a
you.
couple of hundred tomatoes, I'm happy. A few dozen cucumbers, some zucchini, some squash, maybe. But you're like full.
It's kind of like it becomes like a sickness, right? Like an obsession
Yeah,
too,
yeah.
right? Because you're like, oh, there's that little corner. What else could I grow, right? Because I was like, oh, where can I put corn this year? It's like, no, you've got enough. You've got enough.
Yeah, it's
So
a
yeah.
sickness. It is. It is like it grows on you.
Yes. It
I see what you
does.
did
And it's
there with that pun.
oh yeah, that was a good one. Sorry, I was distracted by the thing. So okay, I serve. Yeah. Okay, so the pests that I've had to deal with,
I was going to say, did,
or
did your
with
pepper plants get pests this year? Peppers get pests?
no, my pepper plants were okay this year. They just were they're really sad looking. I don't know what happened to them. But anyways, um so I've had slugs and aphids. So with the aphids, I didn't have much luck with that. They basically took out my cabbage and broccoli and everything else. But what did slow them down, well, and I found, okay, so what I used to do was I would spray them with peppermint oil and water. But that would be something that you'd have to go and do every day. So I got an infestation of aphids after they harvested the crops one year. They came in and just demolished my alyssum, which is a flower. It's a white flower. If anybody knows what it is. And they just like destroyed it. And I ended up calling the greenhouse because I'm like, hey, I need to figure out how to get rid of these pests. And she said just do water and dish soap. So that's what I did, and I got rid of them, and like my plants grew back and they were beautiful. And I mean, we're talking like fall time in Canada, and they still came back and they were beautiful. I've used peppermint oil and the soap. I've used both of them. When the aphids they went after my what was it called? Nasturtium. It's another flower. The slugs, the best thing I found for them, you could do eggshells, but burying bowls of beer seems to be the most effective. They go and drown themselves. Um I've tried the neem oil. Okay, so I have neem oil. I think I tried it on the gnats that I have in the house and some of the plants, and it didn't really do anything. So I don't maybe I have to put it with the peppermint oil. But otherwise I've been pretty lucky. Like, um, knock on wood, I haven't really had many pests, and this year's been pretty good. So yeah, if anybody has anything else they want to add on pest management, I don't really have a ton of experience with it.
I've got a good organic, cheap recommendation for everybody. I'm gonna post the link to their website in the chat, and then this will work well for you, Redford, because the first article that they have is the perfect control for aphids, and you can make this at home. Yeah, and it's super cheap. It's called Jadam. Hang on one second. Text. And yeah, so essentially you take organic matter, like you could take grass clippings, or you can take whatever produce you were going to throw away. It doesn't matter. Anything that's, you want something that's green-ish in terms of, is it still living, But you basically take that and you mix it with water, and if you're making the liquid fertilizer, you would go into like your local forest and you would collect leaves from your local forest that are touching the soil. You want the leaves that are kind of right in contact with the soil, because those leaves are going to be full of microbes. They're going to have fungus and bacteria and all sorts of other microbes on them. And you put that in the bucket with whatever was green or, still somewhat living. And then you add water, and you basically just let this stuff putrefy. And then for the pesticides, you're going to follow a little different course of action. But if you click on that link, they've got 100 herbs, Jadam natural pesticides, Jadam organic pest and disease control, and Jadam organic farming. And this organization is, man, these guys are amazing. They're Korean, and his father was like the master of Korean natural farming, who really brought Korean natural farming to the world. And then this guy kind of took it a step farther by eliminating a lot of the processes that are involved in Korean natural farming that make it a little more difficult, and really stripped it down and came up with kind of a simpler process. Even though Korean natural farming is incredible, and there's certain processes that you would do for certain things that are pretty technical. But what I'll just say for everyone who if you haven't heard of it yet, look up Jadam. He's got, in fact, I'll pull this up right now while we're talking about it. He's got a great YouTube channel where he has lectures that are done in tons of different languages, and he's got English lectures that, they're like 45 minutes. It's not 45 minutes. It's hours of video. I think it's 45 videos. I'm trying to find the playlist right now. But yeah, so I'm just going to click the YouTube link, and you guys can check it out. But this stuff is so cheap, and it's so easy to do. You can do it at home. And I recommend anybody that's into gardening or farming do this. And we're actually going to be doing this on our hay fields even. So we're going to be doing hundreds and hundreds of gallons of this fertilizer every year. The biggest reason we haven't done that yet is we're going to need to filter it before we can run it through a spray rig. On a garden system at home, you could do it by hand, but on hundreds of acres of hay pasture, that's not really possible. So we have to use larger equipment, and we'll be using a spray unit that you would put traditional liquid fertilizers in, like nitrogen chemical-based fertilizers. And we have to make sure that we get enough of that particulate matter out in order to do that. But you can do this on a small scale, you can do it on a large scale, and it's really cheap. Did I lose everybody?
No, you're good. What do you do with
Okay.
the tilling of the soil, and what do you guys put for? Because I found last year my soil was like clay. Like when I was trying to turn it, it was like literally like I could have molded something with it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So what I did was I got some powder soil, like very loose, had all kinds of granules in it and stuff, and I mixed it up, and what a difference. So do you guys do anything? Do you have that problem, clayish soil, or is it too dry? What kind of conditions are you guys working with?
So I'm not doing any produce where we're at currently, but when I did a produce operation in Austin, and it was heavy clay. Where I'm at right now is a lot of sand on top and clay beneath. But I would stop tilling. If I were you, I would go to no-till gardening practices, and I'll give more reasons for that a little bit later. I don't want to just take off and start if Redford wasn't finished up.
No, I'm done. Sorry, my internet, I guess it's windy and my Starlink went out. I don't know why. It keeps dropping me. But anyways, no, I'm
The
pretty
tilt
much
of the
done.
earth.
Oh, sorry, pardon me.
It was the tilt of the earth that you lost your connection with Starlink.
But did I cut you off or something? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Dropped out. She dropped out.
No, oh. Am I like
No, you're good, Redford.
Oh no, I'm good. I just got dropped from the call. The Starlink goes out. No, we're good.
Oh, Oki Serve had a question in the chat, Redford, for you.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I never have, but except for this year, I kind of did. I have like a pH tester and like a moisture tester. I use it for my houseplants, and I went out and I did test it, and I can't remember what it is, so that's not helpful. But no, I usually don't really pay attention. This like where I've moved, so my garden that I have this year is different. But I usually add manure and different things to the soil, or I'll add just like a layer of like a good, what is it, like a good growing mix. I think it's like sand, peat moss, and whatever else is the mixture I used to get from the greenhouse, and I would just mix that in with my soil. But now that I'm not going to be tilling, I'm going to leave the tarp down, the landscaping fabric. I'll probably have to pay more attention to my pH and make sure that I'm adding what I need to. So I don't know, actually, maybe the other guys know more about that. I've never really paid attention to it.
I think pH is important. I think there's a lot of other factors also that are important, and as you improve just the overall health of your soil, your pH will improve. But there are certain species of plants that it's necessary that they have a certain level of pH, and then you can amend. Like if you have blueberries, for example, you're going to want to have a higher pH, and they're really not going to grow well at all if you don't. And so you're going to need to do certain things to amend the soil in that area. But pH isn't something you really, unless you're growing something I know all plants are specific, but you really don't have to monitor pH too much unless you're in an area where just a certain plant wouldn't really naturally grow. And like we're in East Texas, so me growing blueberries here, even though I'm going to, and I want to have a blueberry farm, that's going to take a lot more work versus if we were like in Canada, they would probably crush, because I'm pretty sure you can go out and pick wild blueberries, right? You have wild blueberries there.
That's correct, we do.
Yeah. So you have the
Not
right
every
soil conditions right out of the gate.
Well,
What's that?
oh, sorry, it's not everywhere. It depends on the area, right? Dependent on soil, like you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm being too general because Canada's huge, but You can't find wild blueberries in Texas. I'll say that. You have to go north and keep going north for a ways before you're going to run into the right conditions for wild blueberries. So yeah, even though pH is really important, I would say, well, you do want to worry about it, but I think you don't have to put as much emphasis on it as people think you do. So. Essie, you were asking about tilling and amending soil, and I agree
well,
with you guys.
for clay, especially, yeah.
Yeah, so the best way so clay essentially is you're lacking sand and a lot of other like bigger minerals, and you're lacking aggregation. And so soil aggregation would be where the soil becomes more porous and water can flow and gas can exchange more freely in or out of it. And I would say the best way to accomplish that over time. So number one, yeah, add the stuff that you want to add that gets you there a little faster. But I would quit tilling. And if you're tilling every year and if you're turning everything over every year, I wouldn't do that so much as you can use techniques like broad forking. So a broad fork is essentially like a big wide picture, like a big wide pitchfork, but one that you could actually get on and stand. And then you just kind of lean back on that broad fork, and it will break open. It kind of breaks the ground apart for you without turning it over. And that's a great way to start to decompact soil. Essentially, I'm pulling up a broad fork as we speak, and I'll link it to the chat so you can kind of see the tool I'm talking about. So broad forking is great, and one of the best things you can do is leave roots in the ground, living roots. So I know people hate weeds, and weeds get a bad rap, but weeds are an indicator species. Any type of weed is an indicator species. It's actually telling you what your soil needs, what it's missing. So weeds are actually communicating with us, and certain weeds are only going to grow in certain conditions. And once you start to see those weeds and you start to understand the type of conditions that they thrive in, what those weeds are actually attempting to do from an ecological standpoint is begin to heal that soil to get it back to an optimal natural state where whatever plants are native to your area and are probably some of the more what people would call the more beneficial species, even though weeds are extremely beneficial because their role is to sort of reclaim ground and begin the process of building soil again. You as time progressed, you would get more into your like native grasses, and then you'd have other plants like shrubs and trees, and that whole cycle would kind of take off again. But as far as a garden goes, you don't want weeds, but what I would do, the landscape fabric is great. And my in-laws want a very traditional looking garden where they could walk out and it just, all you see is the plants growing, and you see the plants growing that they want, and then everything is very clear. There's clear paths to walk down and stuff like that. But if you're not doing market gardening, I would say, which it doesn't sound like y'all are, you're not trying to sell your produce. I would say one of the best things you could do is allow things to grow in that soil, even if they're not what you're attempting to grow for food, but just keep them really short. Because as what you're growing for food gets bigger and bigger and it develops a larger canopy, it's going to outcompete those weeds or those grasses or whatever's there anyway. And the living roots from those weeds and the living roots from grasses are essential to having a healthy food web. And kind of back to what we were originally just discussing, Essie, as you're growing things that maybe have a longer taproot. So one thing you could do in the fall, since you're up in Canada, like you could finish your planting. This is for anyone in Canada, really anyone anywhere, but in Canada, this would be a great thing to do, in my opinion. You'd finish your planting for the year, and you know winter's coming. Say it's a couple months away or a month away or whatever. I would get some cover crop in the ground and get that cover crop growing as much as possible. And you just would go buy mixed species seeds of different grasses or flowers or whatever you want. And I would let that cover crop grow to a point where it just dies with those roots in the ground. And I would also select, so if I was doing cover cropping in clay soil, I would select a cover crop that had maybe daikon radish, different sorts of plants. And in the summer, I would, if I had a bed I wanted to rest, I might cover crop sunflowers, because daikon radish is essentially a giant taproot. It's a tuber, so it creates these big taproots, and what those taproots do is break up in the soil, and they're going to break that compaction up, SE, and then it's going to allow your soil to become more aggregated. But in order to have aggregated soil, you've got to have bacteria, because bacteria, they actually release substances that begin the process of aggregation. It's almost like glue that they're releasing, and it makes the soil more porous. And that's where you start to get good aggregation, which then gives you good water infiltration and gas exchanges and stuff like that. In the summer, you could do, say you just want to, you're going to rest a bed for one whole summer, you're going to rest one of your beds to try to improve it. You could plant sunflower and other species in there, because sunflower's got a huge taproot, and it's going to drive that taproot deep into the soil, and it's going to be breaking that clay up. So you can use different strategies like that too. And you could do a cover crop mix that's heavy in pollinators. So maybe you're not getting as big of a yield off your garden as that year, but let's say you go out and you buy some bees, you buy a bee box, or maybe one of your neighbors has a bee box, if that's possible, and you create kind of a little oasis there for bees with a pollinator friendly cover crop mix. And so what you're lacking maybe in your vegetable yield that year, you could make up for with some honey, something like that.
Interesting, bro. It never occurred to me to use plants as a, a way to do the soil. What I did was what somebody else I think said before. I got like a mixture of potting soil, because it was all clay, so I mixed up that particular area where I was gonna pot. I mixed it with the one that had sand and all kinds of peat moss. I believe some peat moss inside, and all kinds of different to mix it up and loosen it up. And I put some, of course, fertilizer, and yeah, it worked great. But yeah, you know what? I want to get one of them pitchforks.
Yeah, I would just experiment with this stuff, and it's fun. And no matter what, I mean, you're trying to grow food, and once you can garden, once you can garden, you can really start. It's a process that you just never stop learning. So you could really start drilling down into, okay, I know how to grow my own food now. How do I grow the healthiest food of my own food? And the way to do that is all about your soil. So it's not really even that you're trying to grow plants so much as you're trying to grow microbe-rich soil. And then as you get more and more technical, you're even creating the conditions to promote specific microbes that are going to be more beneficial for certain plants. So this is like you're getting deep into the rabbit hole of soil and gardening and agriculture and how it all works. But the crazy thing is, like, they do not teach this stuff in universities at all. They teach people how to use modern industrial equipment, and they teach people how to use chemicals. They teach people soil, and they teach people the importance of soil science, but they do not teach the real technical aspects of soil science and how it applies directly to food. So, SE, if you were to spend the next like 3 or 4 years really focused on, okay, I know I can grow hundreds of tomatoes. How do I now grow the healthiest, best tasting tomato? What you would find is you would end up studying soil microbes. Just inadvertently, that's where it would lead you. And then you would end up finding that, okay, certain microbes are going to benefit tomato plants. And if I know I'm going to do a whole bed of tomato here, I'm going to use very specific organic, these fertilizers, sort of like Jadam, not like liquid nitrogen organic, but microbe-rich fertilizers that are specific for certain microbes. So one thing I would say, at the end of this year, you could cut all your tomato plants, cut them up, put them in a 5-gallon bucket, make that Jadam liquid fertilizer solution I talked about. Since you're in Canada, like if you have a basement or someplace you could put that stuff for the winter so it doesn't freeze, and then in the spring, when you know you're going to plant soon, apply that Jadam liquid fertilizer to your soil, and it will actually kind of naturally have very specific bacteria that promote health in tomato plants. And what'll happen over time is as your soil gets healthier and it becomes more microbe rich, these microbes are able to extract certain minerals from the soil that you can't get without them, which is one of the reasons nowadays people talk about you might have a beautiful tomato in the store, but it's seriously lacking in nutrition. So it looks great to the eye, but from a nutritional standpoint, it's really lacking. And the reason that is because of the lack of focus of soil health in agriculture these days. So as that soil got healthier and you had microbes that were more able to pull minerals and nutrients from the soil and put them into your food just becomes healthier over time as well. So, you begin farming more for like not just to be able to grow it, but like how can I grow the healthiest food possible? And that's where soil health becomes key.
Yeah, bro. Thanks for the tips, and yeah, I'm definitely just like above white belt, let's say, on this subject. And yeah, it's obvious that you have a lot of knowledge on this. So yeah, thanks for the tips. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Anytime. And I pulled up some videos. I got a few videos here. So I don't know if I connected this. This is another channel that I think you'd be interested in. And anyone gardening is going to be interested in this if you're interested to try like no-till or no-dig. So this is all about how to grow without using tillage. And then I wanted to post this one. Oh, that's a cool one too. Since we're talking about this very specifically, mycorrhizal fungus. So one of the main reasons you don't want to till is because of the mycorrhizal fungi beneath the soil, and it's basically like the neurological network of soil, and it takes a really long time for it to grow, and it is a slow process decomposer. So if you think about like bacteria and fungus work symbiotically with plants within the soil, and they exchange nutrients with plants, and bacteria is the fastest decomposer in the soil. They can reproduce like 10x a day or more, just insane numbers. Whereas and so whatever organic matter is available, bacteria are quickly going to be able to break that organic matter down. Whereas fungus has a very slow growth cycle, and it's going to take it a lot longer to break down that organic matter. And every time you till, every time you run something through the ground, you're breaking up that network of mycelium that took so long to build. And I always describe it as like if you were to take a knife and you were to cut it down your arm, think about all of the the veins and your vascular system, and then all of the nerves within your arm that would get cut, and how long that would take to heal. It would take a really long time. And then imagine you were doing that like every growing season. That's actually what's happening when we use tillage in soil. You're breaking that network up, and plants in a healthy soil system, you're going to have a very well balanced bacterial to fungus ratio. But then this starts where it starts to get more technical. Depending on what you're trying to grow, you're going to want to you don't want that to necessarily be a 50-50 balance. Certain plants you're going to want to be in a bacterially dominated soil. Other plants you're going to want to be in a fungally dominated soil. So that's where things get a little more technical. And most farmers don't get that deep into the weeds on it, to be perfectly honest. But I think if you do, if you will go there, you'll find that you're going to start to get a healthier, better product. You're going to have way less problems with pests, because plants that have what they need from the soil, like plants can't extract certain minerals from the soil. It isn't possible without bacteria and fungus helping them do it. They're not able to essentially build their own immune system without the help of bacteria and fungus. And modern agriculture, spraying herbicides, spraying pesticides, spraying fertilizer, all of those things damage those microbial populations within the soil. So even though the plant that you're trying to grow may look like it's thriving, the reason plants have pest pressure is because the soil that they're in is not balanced properly, and they don't have it's not healthy in terms of its microbial population. So those plants are really susceptible to disease, where if you have a plant that's growing in healthy soil, it's almost impossible for pests and other diseases to impact that plant. It's really crazy, but they essentially have like a super immune system based on soil health. If anybody has any more questions about that, I can.
No, I was just going to say that's a great point, and that makes sense. I mean, think about even within the human body, right? Typically, the healthier you are, the better you provide for your body the things that it needs, the less likely you are to be susceptible to, things that might get you sick. So, awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
Yeah, it's been really crazy. I started getting more and more into soil because soil is such a big part of regenerative agriculture, and that's what I am specializing in. And the deeper I've gotten into it, the more I've realized like there is a physiology to soil, and it's very similar to the human body, like to a point where it becomes really weird how similar the body and soil actually is. It's pretty crazy.
Interesting. So, what are you working with right now? What are you growing? Are you growing anything? Are you doing animal husbandry? What do you have going on?
Yeah, just animals right now. So, I mean, obviously we're trying to grow grass, but we're in like a super drought in Texas, and it's been over 100 degrees. So we had 2 days where it was 95 degrees last week, and it literally felt like it was fall. Like because we'd had like 30 days straight of over 100 degrees, and then having 2 days of 95, we were like, oh, this is amazing. I'd go out and it's like 67 degrees in the morning, and it just felt like because I'm down here in the heat so much, it was almost like, ooh, I could like throw in a long sleeve shirt today, for a few minutes, which is crazy because I know if you're in Canada and you hear 67 degrees, you're like in t-shirt, shorts, and flip flops, and you guys are loving it. But yeah,
that's almost winter jacket weather for me right there.
Convert it though. Hang on. What is it? Fahrenheit to Celsius. What did you say? 67?
Oh yeah, sorry, Fahrenheit. Yeah.
That's probably what, 19?
Oh yeah, that's like 20 degrees Celsius. Yeah, shorts and a tank top, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I lived in Montana for a long time, and up there, like it was the same way. Like if it hit like the 50s, we're all like in the park with shorts and a t-shirt on. 60s after winter. But so yeah, I mean, we're doing everything we can to keep grass growing right now, and then the most important thing that we do for that. Well, so first we're growing cattle, we're doing beef cattle, and we're doing eggs. So we have a layer flock, and we're also doing pastured poultry, so regenerative pastured poultry, corn and soy free. And in all of those things, we move our animals every single day. So one of the keys to soil health, when you start to go kind of down the rabbit hole of soil health, there's a great, I'm going to post a great little write-up for you guys here from this group called Understanding Ag. The most important, well, there's a lot of important things to do, but adding animals to the landscape, if possible, is extremely important. So this idea that we want to remove cattle and ruminant animals from a landscape so that we can preserve it is absolutely ridiculous. It's just that cattle, even horses, they're much harder, but ruminant animals need to be managed in a very specific way. Otherwise, and all you're really trying to do is mimic nature. So we, I've got a little video from our Instagram here if anybody wants to watch it, but we move our cows in paddocks. We don't move them every day when the weather, depending on the time of the year. Like right now, we're running them in huge areas, like, 5, 6, 10, 15 acre paddocks, because they have to eat so much grass every day, and because it's so dry right now, we have to allow them a large enough space to get it. But during the spring, we were running our cattle, about 30 head of cattle, in a 1 acre paddock for a day or two, and there was so much for them to eat in 1 acre that they didn't need to be moved every day. But if you watch that little video, you can see where we're running a electrical wire in front of our herd and we're running a wire behind our herd, and that prevents our herd from going back and regrazing anything too soon, because regrazing isn't or overgrazing isn't from an animal taking too much. It's from an animal going back and regrazing a plant too soon. So you can graze stuff like down to the dirt, and as long as you give it a long enough rest before it's grazed again, it will be fine and it'll thrive. The problem in modern agriculture, especially like animal husbandry, is that people do what's called continuous grazing. So you might get a rancher who moves from like pasture to pasture to pasture, but he'll let his cows go back and regraze a plant too soon. So we keep our animals in tighter packed areas than the average rancher, especially around us. Very few people in East Texas practice regenerative agriculture. And what that allows the plant to do is build itself back up to a point where it's optimally full of nutrition, essentially, and it begins to store that nutrition in its roots. And when that plant is storing nutrition in its roots, it actually starts to leak like fatty oils into the soil, which then helps promote that microbial population, helps with soil aggregation, etc. So everything we do always comes back to soil health and how to build the soil. And obviously you're using the waste from the animals as its own fertilizer. So the urine, cow urine is full of microbes. Obviously cow manure is full of microbes. So we're letting them graze an area, we're leaving all that waste behind, and then we're giving that area ample time to rest and rejuvenate itself before we bring them back through. So we just put them in a 20-acre pasture today, which we would never do at any other time of the year. It's just because of this drought, we have to do it in order to provide them enough food. But they haven't been in this pasture since May. So this pasture has been resting for 4 months. And when we ran them in here before, it was a totally different group of plants because they came through in the spring, and then they were in those tightly packed paddocks where they might only have an acre at the most of an area to graze. And then we were moving them forward every day to 2 to 3 days, depending.
So you're going full Yellowstone on us, bro.
I would love to go full Yellowstone, man. I'd love to have like 50,000 acres. That'd be great. The thing that's cool about this, guys, you could do this in your backyard with chickens. You don't have to have cows to do this. You could get a little chicken cart, and you could have, like, in Canada, I know this would be harder, but you could have a coop in the winter for your chickens, and then in the summer, you have like a mobile cart where you make sure you move those birds every day, and you could let them run around in the yard and free range and stuff if you wanted, or in your garden. I mean, obviously at certain points in your garden, you don't want them in there because the more ripe something gets, that's when everything wants to eat it. But you can mimic that animal disturbance on a small scale with chickens, and then they're going to give you all that chicken manure back. That's only going to help your soil thrive. So it doesn't have to. You don't have to do this on a big ranch. You can do it on a small scale. You don't have to have cows. I mean, cows they are the best. Ruminant animals are the best. Cows, bison, elk, that kind of stuff, deer. But even in a backyard, if you have enough room to have a handful of chickens, you can really improve the soil in your backyard just by having those. And you get some awesome food out of it.
Yo, to the farmer. Uh, have you ever heard and or used such a thing as a jubilee year, where there's like a year where you don't do anything with the land? Thank you.
I haven't yet, but that is something that I definitely want to incorporate into what I'm doing as I go along. I've only been in the current place we're at is so my wife and I just bought 20 acres next to a farm that I lease, and I've only been there since October. So I haven't utilized it to a point where I would feel the need to rest it for an entire year. But yeah, I'd love to do that. And it makes sense. You could actually time that really well. So there's a style of grazing, like regenerative grazing, like what I do. So there's multiple styles. One style that is really interesting is called total grazing, and a lot of people don't teach total grazing, they teach selective grazing. The majority of people that do regenerative ag do what's called selective grazing. In selective grazing, you always leave at least 10% behind. And sometimes you only take 10%. There's a type of grazing called mob grazing within selective grazing where you're trying to time it where the animals are only getting like one bite off of a plant before you're moving them. So you're only letting them graze an area for a very short period of time. But in total grazing, what you would do is you would have, like, if you picture a square, and then in that square, if you drew basically, you know, cross pieces, so a piece going, or a line going horizontally and a line going vertically in the middle, and now you have 4 small squares. And then imagine that those 4 small squares or one of those squares is packed really tight with a herd, and you put that herd in there and you let them graze really hard for 2 hours. Like you put way too many animals for that small of a space, and they graze it down really hard for 2 hours. And then you swing open a gate and you let them into one of the empty squares, and you close that gate back, and now they're not allowed back in that gate for an entire year in that little square. And they graze the next square, and they graze the next square, and they graze the next square. You do that every day, and this would be a great thing to do for like a Jubilee year. So the year before, you do total grazing across that whole property. You graze it super hard, but then you give it an entire year to rest. And that land would come back thriving, because grazing actually promotes growth in a plant. Every time a cow or an ungulate, a ruminant animal, bites a plant, there's like a chemical reaction that the bacteria in that animal's mouth and that plant will have, where it instantly begins to stimulate growth. That bacteria begins communicating with the plant, and that plant knows, okay, it's time for me to start growing. I was just grazed. I need to start the process of growth back now. And it actually stimulates more growth in a plant. So the more places graze properly, not only from the manure and the microbes being left behind does it get healthier, but from the actual grazing itself and that communication of microbes from the animal being transferred to the plant. And so, yeah, you'd come back the year after and you would have an amazing area. And you could do this on a small scale too. I'm just saying, like, if you're imagining a cattle ranch or a farm, a big cattle farm or something, and someone grazing it, that's something you could do for a Jubilee year that would work. The year before you do that and then you let it rest, it would work really, really well.
Yeah, the concept is essentially you take all your loans before the year that all the loans are going to get cleared, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've I've thought about a lot of ways, and maybe you're not really specifically speaking about Torah, but I've thought about a lot of ways to incorporate, because there's a lot of Torah stuff about farming, and I'm excited to get to the point where I can start implementing some of that stuff.
Well, yeah, apparently it was like they didn't even fucking farm the land on the 7th year because it wasn't even worth putting the effort in or something like that. Like any endeavor in this 7th year is almost like it's like bad juju or bad luck. Like it's not gonna go off as easily, I guess, in a sense, or may even get messed up. I don't know if that's too superstitious for you, but apparently that's the whatever, you know what I mean? There's like a famine shit like when it happened.
Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense, because every time you take something from the land, if you don't give back what it needs and then give it time to process what you gave it back, you're just diminishing it to a point. It'll always return. This idea, it gets really promoted heavily in media because they're always trying to scare people. But this idea that we could like farm something to the point of no return is ridiculous. It'll come back, but it will diminish to a point where it just can't be productive for you anymore, and it becomes a losing sum as a farmer. You know, you're not going to be able to grow there without giving it the proper rest it needs.
That was interesting. I like that part too. Question was a good question. Did you say what size of a garden you have?
So we just moved into a place. I don't currently have a garden right now. All my in-laws have a 1 acre garden, but because my wife and I were moving and I had so much going on this year, I really didn't even do anything with it, because I'm caring for 300 chickens and 30 cows, and the garden at their place was just not on my radar. Last year I grew a lot of food there, and we just moved into this place a little over a month ago, so we don't currently have a garden, but we will. And we won't have a home garden. I mean, I'll have a market garden, but we'll probably start off doing about 1.5 acre market garden, and then our family will just take basically whatever's left over that I wouldn't sell to somebody. We'll take it and use, and we'll keep some of the pretty stuff too. I mean, but I don't mind eating bruised tomatoes and think I can cut things out, but no one wants to buy that. When they buy a tomato from you, they want it to look perfect, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, that's awesome. So what kind of stuff are you gonna grow for, you call it market gardening?
Yeah, so in the spring, I would do beets, because I can. So here in Texas, I can start planting and like root crops. I can start planting that stuff in like January, late January, and have the first harvest of beets, radishes, spinach, all that kind of stuff. I can do that and get a harvest in March, April. Cabbage, a lot of that stuff. So I would do a lot of like the winter crops, and then we have multiple growing seasons here. Even if you have a high tunnel or a caterpillar tunnel, you know, or a greenhouse, if you're doing something on a small scale, just think about a greenhouse. That alone in Texas, you could grow year round. It doesn't get cold enough here for long enough. Even when we get like the crazy cold snaps where, you know, we get down to single digits or below zero, that typically only lasts 5 or 6 days. So if you have a greenhouse or grow tunnels and you can create some sort of heating system in there and keep that going for 5 or 6 days, you can grow year round. And so then that's what I would do in our winter growing season. And then in the summer, I would do your classic summer crops. Because we're doing market gardening, I'm always going to grow typically what you can find in the grocery store, because I have to think like, what are the majority of people going to buy? I'm going to grow the things that I know are going to sell quickly, and that we're going to be able to get a return on whatever we invested in growing that, and then be able to put that money back into the farm. So that's the way that I always think about that. And we might have our own little personal garden where we grow some like funky stuff, And if we have some chefs that really want us to grow funky stuff, then I'll do that. And I'm really hoping that I get to do that because we're not too far from Dallas. I'm only an hour and a half from Dallas, and there's like, I don't even know, there's like 10 million people there or something. It's crazy. And then I'm 4 hours from Austin, and I'm 3 hours from Houston. And that may sound like a long way to some people, but by Texas standards, that isn't far. And if I could hit even one or two of those cities every week, I could get rid of a ton of food. And if I want to grow some like funkier stuff that isn't going to sell at my local farmer's market well, but it'll sell to like high-end chefs in those towns, then I would do that. But it all just comes down to like, what does the market demand the most? That's what I would focus my growing on, because I'm growing for production and not just for myself and for the family.
Right, yeah, not just for fun. No, that's cool. Good to know. I can't imagine like being able to plant in January. Wow. That's gotta be interesting.
Yeah, it's that time of year is a really great time to be in Texas. I mean, I miss Montana. I snowboarded a lot. I mean, that's like what I mostly did there, and I miss all that stuff. But there's times where like after spending 11 years in Montana, when you're in Texas in January and it's like 45 or 50 degrees, you're like, yeah, this isn't so bad. This is pretty nice. You know, when it's 109 in the summer, it's like, why am I here? No one should be living here right now.
Yeah, that's how we feel when it's like minus 40 degrees Celsius here in January. And we're like, why?
Mhm.
Why do we live here? But the summers are nice, even though they're kind of short. But anyways, yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
I think that's. Oh, here, I'll post one more little video. I tried to post just. They may seem kind of hokey or whatever, some of them, but I just wanted to post things that were short and wouldn't take up too much time for everybody, or for anybody who was interested and wanted to. So here's a little short one that explains what regenerative agriculture is, and it's got some cool animations to it. But yeah, if anybody has questions, you can always message me. And this is my favorite thing to talk about. I love listening in the chat and listening to everybody talk flat Earth and ether and all these things that I know about them, but I don't know near as much as most people in here. But this is kind of my jam. So if you want to reach out, feel free.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I enjoy talking about this stuff a lot as well. Napalm, are you there?
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
No, Ed. How are you doing?
Good, good.
Good.
Yeah, I actually have to run soon. But as far as my garden is concerned right now, I don't have too much going on edible wise, and I was getting ready to, well, maybe let me go over what I did grow this year edible wise. Tomatoes, ton of pineapple, some herbs, some tomatoes, cherry tomatoes mainly, and my peppers didn't do very well. I did grow eggplant, only one eggplant that actually produced. Everything that I'm growing right now is mainly in pots, with the exception of pineapples. Because over the past couple of years, actually 2 years, I've been working on the ornamental side of my property, and end of this year going into next season will be my my build out for the garden, like full on garden side. So most of my stuff is ornamental, and a lot of my gardening entails ornamental plants, tons of orchids. I have over 70 different varieties of orchid. So yeah, a lot of that, but mainly pineapples. I do have starts right now of dragon fruit and papaya. I grew papaya 2 years ago. I had 4 total plants, which was way too much I couldn't even give it away. I was just trying to give it away, which got to the point where it was hard to keep up with even like rotting fruit, which turned into a complete nightmare. So my wife was a little upset with that. So I pulled out all of the papaya plants, but I do have starts for papaya right now that I'm just going to take the hardiest two, get those built up to see, make sure that I have a female, because they do have plants that can sustain themselves and then ones that will not be able to do that, to self-fertilize. So ensure that I have at least one and just have one papaya plant because they produce a lot. So I'm in Central Florida, so a lot of stuff like that. And bananas, I'm working with one of my neighbors, and we're in a neighborhood, like a typical suburban neighborhood, and there's a creek that kind of runs through a portion of our neighborhood and kind of back in the corner. And we've started to grow things over there, and I'm working with some of my neighbors who are from Puerto Rico and seeing what we can grow. Actually, not on our property. Technically, it's on county property, but we're going to start using it for food production because we don't have to worry about watering because it's so close to where the creek is that it'll be able to sustain itself. So we're putting stuff that's not going to be invasive. There's a bunch of invasive species that are taking over that the county's not taking care of as far as vines are concerned, air potatoes and things like that. So we're actually going to try to take back some of the area over there. So yeah, that's just a little bit what I got going on, but nothing crazy at the moment. I had a gopher tortoise that moved in right where we're getting ready to put raised beds. I've saved some wood over the past years that I'm breaking down to be able to start at the bottom of those beds. I'm actually going to put some logs. I don't know if anybody's familiar with a style like that or has any input on whether that's a good or a bad idea to kind of line the bottom portion of our raised beds with decomposing logs.
Oh, like hygge culture? Is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah, something similar to that.
Yeah, I've never done
It's a
it. I've
good
never thought
idea.
about beds, but sorry, what were you saying? BBQ sauce?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just saying it's a good idea for sure, especially if you
Yeah.
let it decompose for a while. It's going to be so heavy in fungus, super heavy in fungus.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of cuts from years and years ago that I initially started using them as plant stands to put pots on top of, just kind of as a stand to get the pot off and whatever in the landscape. And those are starting to decompose really well, and there's a ton of mycelium around them. And actually, in my ornamental portion of my yard, the mulches and stuff there, I've got so much fungus and fungi that seems to be growing in there, which makes the ornamentals just go crazy. So, and that's just with like bare mulch. So, yeah, it seems to be doing well.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
Go ahead. No.
At one point, in one of the gardens that I've had over the years, we tried hygge culture and buried logs, and it was within a year, not even, they were already starting to break down after being put under in the soil. So yeah, if you're already having ones that are decomposing, that should be putting lots of stuff back into your soil. Yeah, that should be good.
Yeah. I'm just I just don't know what I'm gonna do. So the gopher tortoise dug this burrow, was here for about a week and a half, and seems to have like left it. It's been about a week since he's been back over here. She has been back over here, but even then, I don't think I can really mess with the tortoise, at least at this point, unless I get the county to come out and deem it abandoned. Which I don't know if that's going to be the case, because it might come back and dig in there because they're a protected species, and it's kind of right where I'm going to build my raised garden beds. But maybe if I can keep them around and as long as I don't disturb him too much, see if I can continue with my plan over there.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a native tortoise that is like highly protected. Like you're not even supposed to touch him unless you're putting him across the road.
Wow.
So yeah, one of them decided to come underneath my big double gate that has a decent sized gap underneath it, come around to the back side of my fence and just start digging a burrow. So I have a burrow in my side yard. It's been pretty cool, actually. It's literally right outside my office window. So while he or she was digging it and hanging out and running around, I was just like, I'll be working and look over and be like, oh, there's a little tortoise coming out, doing its thing, digging around. It's pretty cool.
That's
How
awesome.
big is he?
About the size of like a dinner plate.
Oh, so a decent size then.
Oh yeah, they
Yeah.
get big. I remember seeing them when I was a kid in near Mobile in Alabama. And apparently, like I remember seeing, we had two of them at my grandparents' house one summer when I was like 12, back in the early 2000s, or 01. And I guess they're just like, I don't know if they're dying or what, but they're not as common as they even used to be back then.
Yeah, I got.
Or it was just rare seeing two of them. I don't know. But it's fun, like they take their little hole. You can just leave like fruit and lettuce, scraps and stuff on the top, and they'll just come up and take it. And like they'll actually kind of like hang out with you, kind of chill around there and stuff. Like they'll poke out, especially if they think you're bringing food. I mean, I was a kid; you probably shouldn't do that, but I figured he was hungry.
Yeah, well, you're not supposed to in this state. Like, there's a bunch of crazy rules around these things, but
Right? Yeah, I think they're like endangered.
yeah. They mainly usually live. So we have retention ponds around here, or detention ponds, where I think we have detention ponds, which don't actually hold water all the time. It's just there for overflow to retain water for a short period of time as it dissipates, right? So it's not always have water in it. So they dig a ton of burrows in those detention ponds around in my neighborhood. And for some reason, one of them decided my yard was the place to be. So, yeah.
Probably because you got all that stuff growing and stuff for them to eat.
Yeah, I do. Like I said, most of my stuff right now is ornamentals. But I do have pineapples. I had a ton of pineapples. I still have a bunch of pineapples. If people aren't familiar with growing pineapple or how pineapples grow, I know when I first moved here, almost 20 years ago, I had no idea. It's just a fruit I never thought about. Like, oh, does it grow on a tree? Like, no clue. So when I came down here and I saw that you could grow them, I was like, oh, that's how they grow. That's awesome. So really, it's you literally just cut the top of the pineapple off, remove the fruit around the top of it, and stick that top in the ground, and that will eventually grow another pineapple. Which usually after that plant fruits, it sends off one or two what I call pups, and then those will start to grow another one. So basically, you'll get at least one plant that'll grow off of your old plant after it fruits, and then you can take the top and plant that again. So really you get two plants, and you really start to multiply your pineapples over and over. My neighbor, in very little space, like I said, we're in suburban neighborhood, and he's just planting them in his flower beds, basically around his house. They harvested over 60 this year, which is crazy.
Whoa.
What? Holy
That
smokes!
is amazing.
So do you grow yours in the ground, or can you grow them in pots, Napalm?
You can
I
grow them
see
in
everyone
pots,
growing
but
them.
they definitely enjoy being in the soil, and they just take off.
Oh, okay, yeah, like most plants I found prefer, to be in the
Yeah.
soil. Wow.
I'll see a lot of old people. They'll get like a 4 foot, like a 3 foot wide pot, and they'll have it on like their sun porches and such.
There'll just be a big pineapple sitting in the middle of this giant, like, palm tree looking bush.
But
That's
hey,
awesome.
I actually have
It's funny how they do.
guests arriving, so I got to take off. Thank you for running this, Redford, and we should plan to do it
Oh,
again for sure.
yeah, thanks. I didn't know you had 70 different kinds of orchids. We'll have to talk
I
about that
do.
in the papaya
Yeah.
plant
Yeah, I want to
too.
hear more about. I want to hear more about that and the pineapples, man, for sure.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, maybe we can do that next time. Maybe we should plan the third Monday of the month or something like that.
Yeah, we can definitely. Yeah, we can. Yeah, do you want to do another one next month then?
Yeah, I think we should, and then I can better plan for it. So
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, well, thanks so much,
cool. Yeah, I
Navon.
got to take
I
off. All right.
appreciate it.
yeah,
See you
Have
guys.
a good night. Bye. Well, I guess we can. I mean, BBQ sauce. If you're still here, I mean, if anybody else wants to chime in on any gardening, and then otherwise we can wrap that up and can talk about whatever.
yeah, I think I covered most of the first points of kind of what I do and why I want people to do it. I do want people to go regenerative, just and support regenerative farms, especially with all this climate change talk. This is my last little spiel. All this climate change talk is bullshit, and we can 100% prove that. Well, I will say this: you can change climates just with farming practices. So I'm not saying climate change is bullshit, but everything they're doing is, and all of that can be changed or mitigated through regenerative farming. You can sequester carbon. You can actually change weather patterns with regenerative farming. They've proven it. They have the data to show it. So you can decrease drought. You can decrease flooding. You can store carbon in the soil, all through regenerative farming. So support regenerative farms, or start one, or both. You know.
Well, and I think a lot of it has to do with even just learning different farming or gardening techniques kind of as I go and just seeing what works in the garden. I think a lot of things that we've been told obviously is not true, right? Like we don't have to till every year and these types of things. And even just one of the most interesting things that happened to me was uh and one of my places, well, my last place that I lived in, I started out with 6 poppy plants. I planted them from seed and I grew them in the front yard and my front flower bed. And then they self-sow, so they drop their seeds in the fall and they sprout again in the spring. And I had like literally Flanders field in my like gravel, like compacted. I don't know if anybody like here we use limestone for like a gravel and it like basically compacts to like cement once it rains. And the poppies just grow in them with like no soil. They just fall and then they grow. So there's a lot of things that, and I would have lettuce, not that the lettuce would taste obviously any good growing in the gravel, but I'd have lettuce and different things growing in the gravel too. So yeah, it's just trying different things and seeing what the conditions are that are good for
Yeah, for
and
sure. That's awesome though.
yeah. Yeah, it was amazing actually. Like I loved it. Except like I would go up and deadhead them. But it would take like every like every other day you're out there for like at least half an hour to keep them flowering. But yeah, it was really cool. I definitely need to grow more poppies again here, but they're quite invasive, so that's the only thing.
Yeah, that's tough if they just take over.
But I mean, you can pull them out, I guess, but it still can be a lot of work. But I guess yeah. On that note, we
On that
can wrap
note,
up on the gardening presentation part of it. And I mean, if people want to still talk gardening, that's fine too, or anything else. So thank you for sharing and presenting barbecue sauce. I learned a lot actually, so that was good.
Yeah, thank you for setting it up. I learned a lot as well, and I'm excited to talk about it more. It's fun.
Yeah, we'll set up set up another event. I'll keep the group chat that we just have with us going and then yeah, we'll set up another one.
Awesome. Yeah, keep me posted too. Anybody that's growing, like, let me know what you're growing and how it goes. And I love hearing about it. I mean, just, and if you want my address and you want to send me some food, I'm all about it. I'll take it. Sounds good.
I wonder if I can send borage seeds to you. I don't know if we
That would
can
be cool. Or if
ship
you want to jar
seeds
some salsa,
legally.
I love salsa. Send some
Yeah.
down.
I know, right? That gets into be that would be a lot. But yeah, we'll see. Definitely I want to get some Blaze isn't here, but she's been talking a lot about comfrey. Comfrey is a plant. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
So I think it's the same family as borage. But it's actually it's deemed an invasive species here in Canada. So I don't have any locally where I am, but my friend does in another province. So she's gonna save me some seeds. So I'm gonna try grow that too next year
Hmm.
and see. But apparently it's like, yeah, it's quite invasive if you don't keep it under control. So I think that one, I don't know if that one's by the seeds or by the roots. I'm not sure, but that's definitely another one I want to grow
Wow.
and get seeds for.
I'm looking at it like it's like super medicinal. I'm looking at everything it does right now. It's crazy.
Yeah,
What they use it
I actually, funny enough, I went to this past week. Actually, I went to this like wild edibles kind of thing, or like medicinal plants locally around me. And one though I knew about, and I don't know if you have it where you are, but it's called plantain. It's broadleaf plantain. It's a weed, considered a weed here. Have you heard of it?
I have, yeah.
Okay. That works. I infuse it in olive oil, and it works so well for everything. Like, I got stung by a bee, a bumblebee. It was an accident. I know they don't usually sting and blah blah whatever. So I got stung by this bumblebee, and it was just like on fire, just like instant, like burning. That it took out the sting for that, and stinging nettle, um, poison ivy. It helps with. Yeah, it helps with a ton of stuff. So I've been definitely getting
Wow.
more into like the medicinal plants and trying to grow. I'm gonna try grow more and make tinctures and stuff like that.
That's awesome.
Hmm. But plantain leaf is really interesting. There's only been one thing I found I didn't really help with, but everything else it seems to just like miraculously cure it. So it's kind of cool.
Heck yeah. Well, thanks for setting this up, Redford, and doing that. I wish Platypus would have made it because I would have loved to talk to him or for everyone to kind of hear some of the things he's done. Him and I talked on the phone not long ago, and he's done a lot of cool stuff with farming. He's got a good story.
Yeah, I was hoping that he'd be able to come as well, but I guess I know with the time zones and things like that, we were kind of, I think, a little bit early for him, but
Mhm.
we can definitely do another one in a month or whatnot. I think Napalm said, yeah, we could do the third Monday of next month or whatever, and then see if he can join us then, because I'd like to hear what he has to say as well.
All right. Well, thanks for doing this. I'm gonna crash, and I have to be up early in the morning to move chickens and all that jazz. So,
Yes. All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us and for sharing. And we'll talk to you soon.
all right, guys, have a good night.
You too.